Noći sam ti slepo verovao. Ne budemo Meceve. Koji je meč? Na TV. Na TV. Jebem ti mater. Kako ono se zove? Nije trova, baba, kucao sam. Kako se ono zove? Sam sekund. Kucao sam na televiziju. Pa nema mi ovdje, gdje je ono ba? Evo ga. Znam, gdje mi je ovaj kurac? Nešto je izjavio. Samo da... Moram do WC-a ljudi. Koga ćemo gledat? Ence, jel završio Ence? Ne znam ko je. Jel završio? Sad ću ja doći, sam se... Evo ga. Daj ovo da gledamo. Sad ću ja doći, sam sekund. Na Twitchu. Nam do WC-a.
Winter events, oftentimes they can get stronger, and I think that we've seen that for the likes of Fnatic Rising after their loss against Ents Academy to beat Mouse NXT twice.
Pistols pulled out for Ents right here and now. Deco involved, a little bit of a Kevlar here and there. Fnatic looking for their fourth. Centers, Banjo holds his nerve, but let's back off from the apartment's entrance.
Juicy is ranked second in the event for most success in opening duels, so I'm going to be keeping an eye on him on T side, see what he's like on some of the entry sight lines. We often know that he's lurking out towards Palace, so just trying to crunch down onto some of those site players. May's getting aggressive up towards top mid. Very similar to the city side of Vertigo. There's a lot of movement, there's a lot of aggression.
Yeah, Potty tagged. Made it down server, still finds a deagle shot to a damage, but not much of a kill. Bolt flashed off position, refacing in towards mid alongside his teammates. All looking at the firing squad out towards this mid walk from the T side. Eventually, Kale's lining up for Maze. Last ban for Henry, does take him down. Doesn't last long in the round though.
4-0, Fnatic Rising looking back into the rifle rounds now. One thing that we did see on the city side for Fnatic Rising on that last map of Vertigo is a lot of success in rifle rounds. Okay, yes, they lost the pistol, they lost the anti-eco, and they lost an anti-eco still. But when it came to rifle v rifle rounds, they were all over them. Now, we've only seen one so far, but keep that in mind going into round number 5 of what another rifle round is going to look like here on Mirage.
Gledamo ljudi.
He's trying to negate the smoke as much as possible, and that is definitely a great idea. Scary for him.
Unconfirmed damage, but
now it seems like they know it's probably Katie and, you know, Molly Henny if you think it's a rifler back there.
Right. But he's not there at all. He's fallen away. Ooh, heroic. Leaning back on this, giving up the ramp entirely, still keeping 2 on B.
Yeah, they're getting pressured.
And not here with enough numbers to actually keep Cloud9 at bay. So this is the chance for the bomb to push in. CTs will set the site on fire, and their utility nearly non-existent. TSS's grenade could find its intended target, but it's Hobbit on 91 health with the plant. So yeah, it's a ton of damage, but he gets away with it. 10 seconds to spare. No smoke though, gives TSS an easy pickup.
Oh, aggressive
but check the health. 3 low on heroic.
This is a risk from Shiro. No one's crossing underneath him, and he's cutting off this headshot angle. The CTs, they're probably not going to be aware of this completely.
He fades away. We saw what he did point blank last round. Well, Inters throws his smoke forward. C9 wastes no time. Axile, what a curious wallbang. All of a sudden, Cadian's cut out. It's low HP. Shiro snaps it onto Shush. Still nobody on that bomb. Axile, all the while, in the smoke. Goes out, stops the defuse. Shiro comes in. Tech9's out again. No time. C9 to a 9th. And it comes down to the wire. But all of Heroic nearly dead. Jabby will hold on.
Damn, that one was so tenuous, man. They're chewing on granite, but their teeth are made of diamonds. They are so good at working themselves out of this position. And Shiro and Axile now helping as a consistent storyline in the last couple of weeks, but both contributing very difficult frags in this spot. Axile had to be laser sharp with that precision to make sure to knock down that rifler who was defusing the bomb, because he got traded instantaneously.
Man, they needed Axile. I think it's those kinds of moments that it just reminds you how critical he can be and how absent he truly was. But Tesses, just like last round, kicks this off 5v4. It's a bloodbath. Hailstorm of bullets both ways.
That's crazy. Nafany comes in that with a MAC-10, of course a rush strat once you see that, because he had enough money to buy whatever he wanted to. Last round was a 4v5 victory already for Cloud9. Trying to see if we can do it again. Heroic leave the A site after winning a ramp quickly, trying to help out Shush, and he'll get some audibles, draw out some of his early utility. Still over a minute left on the round. And it's actually through mid that Heroic go. An interesting mid-round call that looks like it'll be fruitful.
Info gathered.
Yeah, this is a great tempo. I mean, look how fast Yabby is here to walk the flank.
They've got the bigger picture.
Oh, but he's clearing out A ramp first.
And if Hobbit gets up onto the short side, then this is all empty as far as he's aware. Hobbit, he's going to back up into his own death. Shiro found Shush in the meanwhile.
Yeah,
so
Yabby's also one of the B players, but now Stown is here.
Yeah, remember, they flanked with both. Good thing that Stown still keeps that proximity. Nice double kill off the Famas. Shiro on an AK in a clutch. Ooh, second headshot's clean. And he gets a little damage onto Jabby, but it's Heroic with 2 alive.
So.
And 1 round finally on the scoreboard.
Yeah, there's going to be no shortage of kind of very ingenuity-based ideas that come through for Heroic, where you're like, oh, where is the gap? And then they find it, and here is one. The double push through middle in a situation where C9 had been rocking back and forth between A and B, only incorporating mid when they had Axile on that weird time lurk towards the A side, maybe looking for him, and then getting a lot more. But making it a double flank was huge. And then making it a 2-pronged attack where they clear out A and B at the same time helped with tempo and material. It's only 1 round from Heroic. It is a nice one, though. Heroic are not exactly back on their feet. Low on money, even though the buy is good.
Whoa, timing.
Yeah, Jabby gets pushed off here. Cadian, oh, he gets spotted. That might have been info on the op as well. They just decide to retreat off of this.
Close call.
Now Cadian's going to get a little nervous that they might be trying to take space on some of his friends. We'll see. He's coming around the smoke to disrespect this push. But it's a really good smoke. He can't even get around it safely.
Nafany jumps up for a moment.
Oh, there are some real mind games going on right here.
Bad Molly gets caught out by the smoke, but C9 looking like they want to try this at the B site again. We've seen Shush with Jabby nearby. In this case, very on his own.
Yeah, and Cadian's starting to work back towards the A site.
Boost already in position. He's waiting for the Axile peek beneath. Nafany, oh, it's the thinnest piece of cover, and they're going to go for the double boost on Shush. It's going to be 0 to 100 real quick, and the fact that he offers nothing puts all the pressure onto Jabby. Smokes in front, he has to hold. But the flash goes even deeper. There's a C9 player inside of that one. It's Nafany going over. He sees the barrel of Stown. That's a freebie. Finds Tesses. And Jabby finally into the kill feed. It's the first frag out from Heroic, but Shiro's going to close in on him. And just like that, the win from Heroic's sail goes silent.
Damn, that is unreal. Man, Cloud9 are playing on another level at the moment. There's so many layers to this round as well. This is an amazing game so far, even though it's so lopsided. We had some good ideas from Heroic to try to counter the aggression. Too much info, though, was gained. This very slim margin. Too much info is gained inside of middle where they spotted the rifler and Heaven pushed him back. Yavi, no damage. Katie gets spotted inside of mid. He tries to make up for the fact that he gets spotted, comes around the smoke. Hobbit smokes is so proper that there's no way for him to do it, even if he's feeling very risky. And then the double boost to take out Shush. It's so hard to play against. This is world beater form from Cloud9 on stage in a 2-0 match in Legends.
Looks like they're on the highway to the playoffs at the moment.
Wow.
Heroic gonna have to dig deep to derail them here on the first map. It was in Stockholm that Cloud9 then Gambit were able to get top 4. Ended by Navi. They missed out on playoffs in Antwerp, which was just a shocking result at the time.
Surreal.
It left us doubting their abilities on LAN. They pick up a victory in Dallas. We think, they've shook off that rust. Now they can really get rolling. And the challenger stage just sowed such a seed of doubt in everybody's minds.
This literally looks as good as they've played online, and that's like the biggest compliment I can give to them. That's the best Vertigo team in the world. This is unreal.
Nafany not going to let off this one. And why would he? It is just pistols for Heroic, so a brutal reality. Oh, wow. Nice headshot. Cadian doesn't get away. Stound's dead while Nafany's blind, and this three-piece is just going to crack open the A site. Any hopes for Heroic's pistol round win? Gone. Jabby doesn't even see anybody, just gets pelted by utility. And I've got to say, god damn, Cloud9, these nades have been immaculate.
Yes.
And it's actually really cool that we have not had a Cloud9 versus Navi match this year, nor a Cloud9 versus Heroic match this year. They waited, they bought their time. They finally get a chance to take down 2 of the top teams in the world. And what do you know? A huge comeback victory over C9 best of 1 and a massive opening thus far in the first 12 rounds of this Vertigo game.
I'm just shaking my head every round in awe at the version of Cloud9 we're seeing right now. Unreal stuff. Perfect calls. There's no gaps. Utility is perfect. Aim is insane. It's not like they have the CT bias that we could talk about to say that it's going to be some enormous comeback this time around.
Wow. Down he goes. Right out the gate. Jabby tries to get aggressive. Shiro on the upper ledge. It's a 5v4 in an instant. Nafany's got to be careful. Has been caught by the occasional flash pistol push through that smoke. Plays it in cover. So far, so good. Yeah, indication of, a little nervousness that Heroic could have gotten up close off that smoke. It gets refurbished with a frag. And all the while, Cloud9 not too far away.
Oh my god. Calling out their spots through the smoke. We'll see Tessas looking for a chance to get back into this. He finds a nice timing to take out Hobbit, who will be a straggler in a lot of these situations, but Shush goes down. Cadian quad. Oh no, he clears it out, but he gets away with that.
Cadian survives. What a miracle! And then Stound comes in to help, dude. Cadian sucked it in, kept it slim, and slid around. He gets both those pickups.
And that is a big call from Cadian, the least likely person to be rifling inside the B site of all places. And he sends Tess down the ramp to clear things out, saying they think we're going B this time around. Let's call them out. Tess gets the lurker. They're on kind of full alert, and Shush doesn't have time to fall back because Cloud9 realize they know. And once they get in, however, Cadian is in the winning position. Even though someone crosses to his left, he probably should have got that kill a little bit more easily. He missed that timing by a hair.
Shush right back into the lower plate. Oof, drop down what was nearly into Shiro's scope. Cadian wants a piece of this bottom ramp. And point blank, Nafany's dead again. I feel like that has been the pick that goes back and forth, despite Cloud9's incredible T-side.
Yeah.
Nafany is getting caught. It happens. And at least C9 still recover.
That's the thing. They've actually won 4v5 without Nafany maybe 2 times now. And for once, it feels like he could be expendable on this team. It felt like a lot rid on him to win the rounds with his aggressive plays, if it was lurking or entering. But at the moment, Cloud9 have health and then they have armor.
And of course, money for days. So if Heroic are going to get anything more from the CT side, God knows 3 or 4 rounds would probably just be the biggest sigh of relief after a bruising out of the gate. It's down, easy does it. Nice clean kill versus Inters. Axile will hope to crack Shush back, but it's a tough peek because he probably presumes there's a player up above, and he could be ready for it. Axile not far off, but Jabby, sure enough, dodges those first bullets through wood, and the 11 health of Shiro should never be enough. Queue up a third one for Heroic.
Yeah, they're looking for 4 in this half, which is still kind of an abject failure, to put it lightly, for the CT side. Cloud9 have enough money to buy next round. Kind of feels like only a matter of time before Heroic started to figure something out. Again, it's not as if they're playing incredibly badly. I'd say a lot of the rounds Cloud9 won were very hard. They just won them back to back to back to back. And now Shiro, yeah, he's found a spot to chill. Still going to be a ton of work to do to get back into this game if you're Heroic. I mean, we'll see if they can play hard enough on T side, but for now it's just can they just lock down a 4th, make a game of this. And I think even if they have a good match that doesn't end in a win, it's going to affect the outcome of the series, you know, ending with no rounds in this game and just thinking, well, maybe Vertigo makes the difference now that we fast forward, lose Train, which was a map that we could take Cloud9 out historically. Cloud9's team hasn't changed at all, and Heroic were at one point the longest standing 5-man roster in the top 10. They made a move in replacing Refresh with Yabby.
So they wanted a little something more. I think we've seen that from Jabby from time to time, but also initial growing pains.
Yes.
Which I then think puts his consistency fairly into question. But here we go, final round of the first half. No op, of course, for Heroic. It's just 3 riflemen waiting on the ramp, and Shiro waiting for a chance to strike one down. Who shows skin? Cadian does. He comes running in, caught off by that deep angle from
Anthony. Had it mollied, but
a little bit of an error that could have cost Heroic what might be a critical 4th round. Will it even make a difference? We'll find out in the second half. 4 kills away from 12. We've seen a lot of 12 threes as of late, but it's generally from CT sides and usually on Ancient.
Risky situation, but Down realizes he needs to be out here to get anything happening, and he doesn't win his duel, gets caught off on the timing. They're splitting on both sides. 2 CTs still back here waiting.
They could do this. If they catch him off guard, keep it clean. It's theirs for the taking. Tess S1, Jabby's chance, and Hobbit out from short, trades it back again.
Wow.
So we're gonna have to see Shush come through with a 1v3. Nothing to save for, everything to fight for. And the grenade that chips away some damage, but he at least stops that bomb.
And it's on top of default.
Either Hobbit or Nafany forward, and Nafany's barely alive, so Shush is putting up his best attempt at a critical, or at least what could be important 1v3. Nafany onto the plant, Shush off the flash, looks to press in, no time for this. Nafany, no time for this. No, Shush just brains him, and with that, it's 3-4. Heroic with a little bit more, but will it even be enough? Do they have any chance on Vertigo? We'll find out in just a moment.
Dok se malo skupimo, nešto ćemo raditi zajedno reakciju, valjda ništa dobro. 15, 14, Bog. Jebeno. Idu u prožetke, 15, ala. Sam se koliko je loš face. Dobro, jebeno, jesu ja. Jeboli te.
Find ourselves here on the brink of what could be Cloud9's early victory in this very important best-of-3 series versus Heroic. The first time they've faced off so far this year, and it's a major playoffs spot on the line. This Vertigo game, a bit of a blowout with an 11-4 lead after a T-half. Meanwhile, on the other stream, we've got an overtime game on Vertigo because apparently FaZe play it now.
Yeah,
or
it's like Cloud9 energy from Antwerp, where they pick Nuke into FaZe and then they lost. But that is overtime, so great chance for BNE.
Good chance to open up a squad stream or a second monitor if you've got the luxury.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, well, let's see. Let's do 4 rounds is enough here for Heroic. I mean, that's definitely a huge difference between 4 and 3 and 2, where it seemed like it could be.
See what they got. Hobbit was instrumental in the T-side pistol. 4 kills picked up by him to give Cloud9 that early start. And right now, they just haven't even seen a thing. TeSeS tries to press in. Oh. Nafany, back of 2 heads. Shush, he takes Hobbit's spot, bombs drop, Nafany's in with 3. He sees the player, 4 from Nafany. Doing everything with that Glock. He gets himself the ace. The pistol arrow pushes through and gives Cloud9 that start that could be Heroic's end.
Oh, happy for those chaotic moments as we saw in the first half, rushing him up the A ramp, sometimes dying, sometimes not, but always looking for a fight. Man, Nafany, I can't believe he gets that 2K on them crossing in this corner. It's just nuts. And then one falling from the sky over top of the smoke.
Wow, dude, that's such a sick shot. Shush's feet, not even on the ground, moving target, popped.
And this feels good for Nafany.
Oh, dude. Smashed like a clay pigeon. Inters and Axile. Hell of a combo here behind the green. Fast push in from Heroic, but Axile's just going to continue to rack up these frags. Safe to say he's back, or so he was. Shush in with the Tech9 kill. They've lost track of Cadian, who also gets 1. And as he hunts that second, will be dropped to a quarter health. We've got Cloud9 all over the place. Bomb needs to be picked back up, and Cadian, it's a desperate position, not just for him, but for all of Heroic. A 9-round deficit, C9, 3 away from a dominant win on Vertigo.
Yeah, definitely no money here at Heroic. I mean, you know, this is where weird buying decisions can come in. They might be playing from 14, however, and just seeing what happens. But instant fallback protocols, Axel doesn't even have another thought in his mind. It's like going back to Jenny, joining up with my teammate. We know how to win this round. Worst case, the bomb goes down. In best case, it doesn't, and that's what we see right there. So minimal investment here for Heroic. Axel once again just running it backwards. I want to say it again, but in history, there were no free maps in this veto, competitive all the way through, and that's what made this rivalry so exciting. Yeah. So if Heroic don't make Vertigo interesting, it feels like C9, they're going to feel like the best team and the team who won the most important matchup in their history as well.
And I mean, you know, the most incredible part of all this is that while we're watching Cloud9 just sweep through this legend stage and in an unprecedented way dominate Heroic, who have looked like the next best team so far this stage, barring, you know, arguably Furia. Bro, FaZe are on the brink of elimination.
Yeah.
We have Vitality struggling, Na'Vi is struggling. Who theoretically else would we put ahead of Cloud9? If the buff of this run is real, who stands in their way to stop them?
Yeah, I mean, they're the outside team. You know, Heroic are also an outside team in this regard. So FaZe, Vitality, and FaZe, Vitality, and Na'Vi, they're the LAN winners and the Tier 1 LAN winners. And then on the outside of that, Heroic, I mean, they won a smaller LAN, but still a LAN. And Cloud9 won Dallas with a kind of a weaker field, but a bigger LAN overall. And they can consistently beat some of the top teams. Heroic have a great veto versus Na'Vi. That's been historic. But Cloud9, they can beat FaZe. They can beat well, they can beat FaZe. They can beat even Heroic. I mean, these are all the teams to watch. Even if Cloud9 somehow feel like the somehow underdog.
Bomb goes down, it's all good.
Okay.
I mean, you bring up the fact that Heroic can beat Na'Vi. They can also they have a great head-to-head versus Vitality.
Yes.
You know, so Heroic will definitely be poised as kind of next up. But it's just crazy that there's this massive of a gap between Cloud9 and Heroic. Yeah. And again, at least on Vertigo.
Yeah, and
at least on Vertigo.
The thing is that the other maps, they're not going to be maps that Heroic can guarantee or win every time. Or even if we roll back time, there was no free maps. It was they would trade their map picks all the time. They would trade the deciders all the time.
Never before seen such domination between C9 and Heroic.
It's not like Heroic don't know how to play Vertigo. For sure. That's the other thing. They have 2 wins, but it's probably by among their weaker teams. It's like Sangal and another roster. I mean, it's not even close. Quality of competition for C9.
C9 chopped down this gun round. It's going to be a bruised ego for the Heroic camp going into the next one. So nice to see TeSS start this with a clean frag on Nafany. Hobbit burned out, and TeSS looks like somebody's going to step up. They'll have to. The individuals need to be so incredibly sharp. There is a near non-existent margin of error for them to work with, and 2 clean entries with a bomb plant bodes well. They waited for this gun round. It had to look good, and congratulations, it does.
Yeah, Cloud9 go very light on the site. Contact explode from Heroic. They just go off of 1 flash and volley on sandbags just to clear out the most important positions, but in order to not waste time, they turn that corner and don't actually physically clear them. And that's just enough. So it's a nice idea to win a 5th. It's one of many that they'll need, though, to win the map. Very tense day.
Clean here, TeSS. Extends out to the left as well, just smashes Hobbit back before he has a chance. Yeah. Individually, TeSS goes ahead and wins the round here for Heroic, but it's going to give Groove a chance to offer input.
There's so much history and so many big comebacks in this matchup as well that if Cloud9 stop trying at any point, they will lose. They will lose, just like they caused the teams they played against to lose like 5 or 6 games so far in Rio. and they know that.
It is kind of spectacular just how many comebacks Cloud9 have had to mount. But the payoff, I feel like, is finally here, right? A strong, convincing, dominant start. One that would have you writing off Heroic every day of the week.
And look at the stat lines. I mean, even with Nafany joining up, who has had a pretty crazy couple of days as well. I believe a big map versus Navi. Or was it Vitality on Overpass? That might have been in Challengers. Man, there's been so many huge games happen. All right, Heroic. Attempting inside the middle. Hobbit. Oh, I think he lost focus there for a second.
Enters with a FAMAS. Only picks up the one.
Well, the only B player is down in the depths.
All right,
and he can sit and try to wait.
Oh, had a chance.
He's just watching him pass.
Nade? Decent. TSS low. Shiro finds Kadia.
And Axel's still alive.
Right. They're going to be aware of the threat. Axel slides back down. That nade could be destined for TSS. But he gets away fully health.
But he's still maintaining the most important post-plant position and knows it. So he's going to fall back and not die. But now the swing comes out. He can't get his frag.
Tried to fight for it tooth and nail. Ultimately costs him. Shiro expectant of somebody over construction, but it's not there. Nafany will extend. Make sure nobody's there along the rafters. And a little incendiary for the up close. That's nice.
I think he missed
now
it.
comes out, finds Shush. And of course, it's time that's going to make the
There's a smoke on Shiro.
big difference. I feel like it's already gone.
He's trying to get killed.
Yeah, they missed that chance. But rack up the costs. Why not? You'll give Heroic a 6th. But of course, it's just TSS left. And so, again, huge lead. But Heroic are, in fact, winning rounds now. Something they could barely do in the first 15.
Absolutely. And it's a couple of explodes where there's 2 unanswered trades instantly.
Do you think that was a missed Molotov?
I think he was aiming at default, and it was a even up.
Because it did clear close, right?
It did,
behind the wall.
But it bounced off something, and he could have just thrown it right on the ground there.
Style points.
Yeah. Or something like that. Stown hasn't had a great match overall, not a great first half. It's an important part of this team, of course.
Yes. Like sometimes doesn't even get the credit that he's due. Everybody knows he's good, but that 6th gear of his can be massive. And an up kill. Hobbit. Hot.
Oh, Nafany got a frag here as well. Okay, Hobbit goes down.
Comes back the way of Stown. Jabby waiting.
Shiro.
Yo, they're assuming this is clear.
Heavy presence here from Shiro, but he has the op. He'll miss one, but Shiro, if he peeks this and doesn't see anything, they're walking back, and Yabi's like, crap, he actually just showed himself. Listen, not the best guns here, so should be winnable for Stown.
Traded, though. Nafany turns attention back. It's Nafany versus Kadia, and I love this duel.
It is 22 kills to the 9, and Yabi opens up the B site, so actually Cadian's, I think Cadian's waiting. I don't know if but he's just trying to draw the rotation. They will hopefully forget about Cadian as far as he's concerned, and that, they will.
Oh, it works. And then Jabby, just like that, it's gone. Utility shown towards the A site. Nafany now understands exactly what's happened. And Cadian gets that op up as Jabby sprints to come and help him. Cadian's able to exit onto short. CT utility is Shiro with the smoke. He also has the kit. So that's going to free up Nafany, who's having a hell of a game. 22 kills, 9 deaths, actually outperforming Shiro. And Cadian locked in on the scope, bomb beyond the halfway point, and that smoke grenade actually goes forward towards the top of ramp, so nobody's going to be able to just blanket that bomb. Cadian peeks out.
It's being covered.
It's being diffused, and Cadian comes in. Then they turn. Shiro, without watching, will find Cadian, but not fast enough to get the second onto Yabi. Heroic, even with that, only have half of the rounds of Cloud9.
Yeah, no, they're working hard every single step of the way, but they are winning. They are winning. Trades don't go down. It gets very scary, but a nice mid-round between Jabby and Cadian to pull the defense apart. And the more you make people rotate, the more they get into rotator positions. And those positions are outside of the site, outside of smokes. And that's what they wanted. Not the greatest buy. Axel with an op, actually.
Okay.
Finds a tag on Stown.
All right, let's see it.
And double op, I feel like that is a really great answer. Super welcome on Vertigo as well. Open lines on B and the A site, especially versus lurky teams. You want to op as much as possible because they'll walk out angles or try to cheat, use less utility. And we have seen that with Heroic. Contact exploding middle, contact exploding A site already, even B. So if that's out of the repertoire, what do Heroic fall back on? They haven't done a full standard exec.
That last round, you know, boils down to a bit of a gimmicky decision.
It's not a coincidence that Axel goes to the peak first. He's trying to instruct them that, you know, you don't want to do this. So what are you going to do? Of course, the folly of 2 ops is harder retakes.
Oh my god, bad news, Eagles won.
No way. Oh my god, they did. One Flatro, 38 frags, and they won Vertigo.
Now, of course, FaZe on Vertigo. Big question mark with that,
yeah,
but
well,
still, a win's a win.
Yeah, except they're 0-2 and they picked Vertigo.
0-2 and map down.
Yeah.
Nappany.
Ooh, baby.
Aye, he's alive.
Yeah, he's alive and inside that volley.
Oh, I love this. Oh, we're getting cheesy. Hobbit, nicest guy in the world, but not when it's time to kill. Although, despite the position, comes up with nothing. There's just a ton of damage that's been done to Heroic, and they're in the 20-second mark. This is going to be a crunch into the A site. They'll have to go. C9 on the brink of 15. Drop the bomb. Nappany turns back. Cadian's going to get him, but Shiro still holds this line, waiting for Cadian to turn that corner. Insta headshot. Axile comes through with another op impact, and now it's 8 map points.
Yeah, so they instantly made them uncomfortable at that second op. They forced them into a round that they didn't really want to play. Nathany continuing to individually stand above the rest. With his rifle on short, just simply staying alive. They're even able to sacrifice Hobbit, right? One bad spray there, and it's still a very sound position here for C9 as the clock bleeds down. This is not where Heroic had been comfortable. They got punished. And despite a few nice rounds here from Heroic, it's still Cloud9 looking fine. Right. Looking just fine.
The big scheme, grand scheme of things, those 3 rounds on this T side will just mean nothing. This is still a blowout. This is Cloud9 from the get-go.
And because of that damage, it's Heroic instantly broke.
Those 3 rounds, just despite extending play here on Vertigo, will not change the tale in any way. This will be a story of how Cloud9, out of nowhere, blew Heroic out of the water on Vertigo. A map and a head-to-head that's always close, it seems. Analysts were convinced, tight games both times. Everybody was basically on the same page. And now here we are, 15-7. A weaselly buy for Heroic.
Yeah, they just shove that op inside of middle, and if it's not going to be fast, this is actually a really great gap to take, I feel like, for C9. With the op to the rifle to lead behind it, and in front of it, I should say, and can potentially flank later on if Heroic take too much time. A little weaker here on the B side, so a retake might be difficult. Heroic will move in fast. And the CTs just decide to come right back. They know there's not a lot of utility for Heroic to fake.
Axile loses line of sight, scopes back in, some spam into Tesses, missed shot from Axile. There's a lot of bodies in what is a very little bomb site. And Shush, it's right there if he wants it. Pull the trigger, Axile's dead. Shiro, all the while, finding Jabby first. And Axile, I mean, his time is limited.
Jesus.
Shush is still waiting. He had to wait the first smoke out, he waits the second smoke out, and then he gets his reward. Of course, there's no flank here. CT's pressing over through green. They'll go. Cadian back behind sight. Bomb again, ticking quick. And Cadian holds on. He's got his teammate, but Hobbit can't get both. Cadian keeps his troops alive. That's, of course, 1 down, but 7 more to go if they even want OT.
Yeah, they fought hard, but yeah, there it is. You know, retaking with 2 ops, quite difficult, actually. They had to move slow. Axile was just in a weird spot, sitting inside of smoke, waiting that out. As time went down, Flash wasn't very good on the retake as well. I mean, a very calm position was not blind, and Cadian and Co are able to trade down effectively. Heroic with just another fast one. I think this one was legible from Cloud9, but they still just couldn't actually execute on the retake. Probably wanted to keep a rifler alongside the op, maybe wanted to pull off that flank sooner, so they actually take advantage of the space left on the map. So that's kind of the worst round we've seen from Cloud9 so far this game, even when we contrast it with all the ones they've lost. They play it a little bit timid, and it's kind of expensive. Now they'll have to save.
Koliko uspijete nabijete i to je to. Da mene podržite. Kakav si samke, ma dobar evo.
Mavity, sorry bud. Not destined for much here in round 24.
On je dobar, nisam ga
This will be Heroic's chance to get one back over. And I feel like being this beaten up,
Gledaj,
this
Shiro
bruised.
26-24 na fani.
Go ahead. Have some fun. Run through these CTs. Get that 9th one on the scoreboard. Don't get knifed in the back. Oh, enters. Oh, shush. Keeps it on a swivel. He'll be the only player to go down. But
Knife would only take one hit there.
Yeah.
Should have done it for efficiency's sake.
Sushi. Machina.
Still, it's a round win for Heroic. Do you think it feels really that good in the face of this adversity? Nah. Work set out for Heroic, sure enough. Buyback in from Cloud9. It's a little light on utility, but it's got most of the trimmings. To note, no kit. And Shush, looking for the fast move. Bottom of B stairs entirely on his own. We've got a middle play set up.
Oh, Shiro's waiting for this. Shot comes in. It's not good. Flash is perfect. Spaced just right. Two players encroach. And they try to set up so they could clear out the B steps a little bit earlier with even the smoke down. No one shot back at Shush, so they may be able to go back into it. But I feel like that means it's a little bit obvious to C9 what might be coming their way. However, Shiro didn't actually see anything inside of middle. 3 now. Flash isn't great. Shiro's tight angle is perfect. Hobbit blocking this off.
Yep. 5v3. Hobbit holding. Smoke in the front of him. Heroic somehow looking for an open, but Hobbit's just going to sit inside of this, and this could be that insurance policy, right? No matter what goes down elsewhere around him, at some point, Hobbit's going to pop up when nobody expects it.
Yeah, now they forget about him.
They want to fight over construction, not to mention additive to this. We've got the op peek from Shiro, then Hobbit plays his hand. He'll get no scope by Cadian, but that's the only thing that goes back their way. Absolute and total domination. From a T-side blowout to an eventual close, it will be Cloud9, one map away from the playoffs.
Koga ćemo sad gledat? Ma Phase. Phase ćemo gledat na Twitch.
Break in the back of 99.9% of the entire community of Counter-Strike. The fact that you overturn a 2v4 when Bad News Eagles have
Ko dobio ovo? Jeboli te.
Map point in a 4v2 and you get aced by Twist and you can fight back? Holy shit.
And I think that really, you know, epitomizes the mentality of Bad News Eagles. To put it in a very poetic way, Matthew, they don't give a shit. They're just going to be going in. They really don't care. They're like, oh, we're down, it's OT, we're still going to push. We're still going to make you struggle to close out these rounds. And in OT, I have to say, B&E looked like, it looked like they were the favorites. It didn't look like they were going to be suffering, they were not suffering under any pressure whatsoever.
Nemoj mi pucat. Jebem Twitch mrtvi.
So credit where it's due. Sure, I have my criticism of this pick coming in from the side of FaZe, but B&E, they still close it out.
This round was such a crumble. I mean, don't get me wrong. Twist's crosser placement is nothing short of exceptional. He plays this round to perfection. But this was B&E following the tracks of, they're gonna drop the ball. That's it. They had their chance. And we've seen so many of these games over the course of the history of Counter-Strike where a team is 1 millimeter close from getting the upset. And then people get overexcited. They overpeak. They get too overzealous. That's what B&E did. They gave away the lead. They allowed FaZe Clan to come back in. They were supposed to roll over. They were supposed to give up. They were supposed to get flustered and get agitated, move on to map number 2, lose 2-0, leave, take the exit, bye. That's not what they did. And that blows my mind. That they were able to survive this round, it blows my mind.
It not only blows my mind, but probably my pick'ems out of the water as well.
A second of silence for
my pick'ems, my fantasy team, everything's down the toilet right now.
Down bad, as the cool kids say, remember. All right, let's go ahead and follow up with Heku and get a little bit of an update as to what's been going on so far.
Yeah, Jasmine, I managed to catch like some people that came here to the event together with FaZe, and I wanted to have like a comment about like the Vertigo, because usually FaZe just perma-ban it. Like they never pick it and they never let anyone else pick it. So my question was like, did they see their team bracket? Unfortunately, they could not provide us any information because at the moment it's kind of confidential, but we could actually see some printouts on the desk of FaZe. So probably there were some preparations, but unfortunately they were not enough. Luckily for them, the next map is their map pick. So there is still a chance that we'll get all 3 maps.
Keyword there. There is a chance, okay? I'm crossing my fingers. I'm hoping maybe the dream is not dead yet. What do you boys think?
Of course there is always a chance.
Absolutely.
Yeah?
We talk about FaZe Clan being the most clutch team in Counter-Strike. Clutch it now. Clutch it now. 2 back-to-back maps. Nuke your map pick coming in. Mirage your map pick comfortable playing against. If you are the world champions, if you are the best team in 2022, show it now. Now your back's not just against the wall. You're pressed against the wall. The paint is peeling off on your pants. And now is when you show up.
That was really poetic, by the way.
Thanks.
Dobio im meni igra. Furija, gledamo ovo. Ajmo igrat. Dok oni će tek kreću. Ne, pa sad su završili. Dobio im onaj... Sad su završili, brate. Dobio im onaj... Cloud9. Sad gledao. Malo prije im dobio. Ajde, ostanu live ako želiš malo. Eto, šta je sad connected? Jebote. Majka, ako želiš, ako ne, ne se. Eto, meni puca onaj klinac. Šta je ovo, jebote, connect. Pa jebo. Jebote, majka, šta je ovo? Ja ne mogu igrat CS-a zbog što mi je loš internet, mogu. Vjerojatno mi je bio upaljen. Pa zato. Sad ćemo smanjiti mikrofon, evo. Jel Ahmak ti igraš? Hajde, samo da smanjim mikrofon. Evo ovdje. Jel igraš? Ajde da nas dvojice igramo. Daj mi sam kod. Ništa da ti odeš. A stan ima još, jel? Ima još, ja mislim. Ima još jedna mapa. Što sam ja na startu? Ja imam još jedna mapa. Ja i zaboravio da je ovo. Ahmak, ja ne znam što sam. Ajde jednu bacim, ajde. Znam ja, ajde pošalj mi tu kod da te. Ajde pošalj tu kod da te imaju tam, brate. Jesse Jurek, sladku u stream, ajmo šeruj Jurek stream, znači podrž brata Anketa. Šerujte braćo stream, Jurek malo nabij mi subu, a ovo ono, eto. Znaš, podrži brata Anketa malo sa subom, a što, eto ti skrenuo raz, ti mene malo podržiš, još ti 2 subscribe-ića do 570, ako i kako si u mogućnosti, ako jes, eto. Tako da ono. Tu ostan, malo podrži. Ko je ovo? Kofar. Ko si ti? Gdje je hođa? Ne znam gdje je, ne ja hođe. Evo ja ću tebe zvat, evo. Gotovo, jebi ga sad. Nemate, hajde zov me ponovo. Zov me ponovo. Zov me ponovo, brate. Ti Jurex, dijel malo stream, a? Jurex, podijel malo stream, ba. Skloni Inferno jebut, ono. Miraž stavit nešto. Long ćemo. Long, skloni ovo jebute konj. Jurex, lajkuj stream, brate. Nis lajkuj, jebim te kroz usta, Jurex. Lajkuj stream, brate. Ako nisi, ajmo. Jurex, lajkuj, šeruj, ovo, ono. Ako si tu, Jurex, ako nisi, eto. Puno van, herojke. Pošto ja mislio jedna mapa, no, nije jedna. Konjino, gdje si ti? Šta je? Šta je kidara?
Malo se igra. Gdje će pa?
Ajmo B.
Ajde.
B, rush B. Jebali.
You see my mute now.
Kitchen, right?
Ups.
Digava. Digava.
PP bizona.
Slučajno. Dem to.
Moga je PP bizona.
Vidi ovo. Fama su uzeli. Dvojica CT. Tu. Šta je ovo? Odakle im bahaj? Short. Tu mora jedan oko džungle igrat stet. Bravo. Short je zadnji. Let's go A clear. Ajde. Probaj. Ovjerite sve. Čovjek na oču. Bio na B, na short, tako bio. Ja ću ti ovaj jedan, brate, ja ću od onaj gledat. Cloud9, onaj. Heroic.
Dobro, ja ću.
Onaj, pošto nisam znao, ja zaboravio da je to.
Ja igraju besplatno.
Ja i zaboravio. Pošto oni imaju 2-0, ali im je Cloud9 sašio.
Privet, šapa.
Deagles će oni, Albanci uzeli prvu onaj mapu.
No, bez Eagles. Ma Pez je loš.
Propali i to. I meni se čini Navi. Meni se čini da je Navi. Da je Navi loš baš. Šta ti misliš o Naviju?
Ma Liquid je dobio, to je sramota.
A Liquid je dobar, ali...
Ali ne, vodio Navi koliko...
Znam, pa njima je loša te strana, ja sam to... A info bro, ups, dobro. Ne znam, ja mislim o kitchen čovjek.
Ja mislim o short. Nemoj ti ja.
Ajde.
Ide svi ja.
Palas, Madrašin, palas, tu. Palas. Short palas. Short, palas, Vanš, palas. City. Providan kopas. Yeah. Providan kopas.
Oto i mene zato. Bravo.
Ej, side clear, ajde. CT low. CT low. Oh, short. Go. Nice, bravo. CT, izašao.
Izašao jedan.
Def, ajde, let's go, bro, alo.
Bravo.
Nije, ne da padne. Lov je. Nije lov, what the fuck?
Ima.
Jebote ma.
Ima defuse, hoće stići.
Hoće, ima vrijeme, jebim ti. Majku. Vidi ovo, šta mi je smišljeno?
Volja mi da VP.
Ajde.
And go be or you're not brave.
Šta mi je ovo? Neće da... Jebote, miš retardiran. Van triple.
Ne znam gdje je. Window.
Jungle. Ne može, miš mi nenormalno radi.
biti.
A u pičku maternu. A retard. Retardiran. Tec izgleda. Jebim. Nice, bro. What's that all now? Nice. Kill me, please. Ubij me. Kakav bolest.
Man, my friend, it's windy. It's just like he kinda fucked up, but don't worry.
Ništa ja ne vidim. Triple, low. Jungle. A nemoguće, jungle tu. Jebim vam. Ne možete, brate. Daš bi.
Let's go away and be breakfast.
So one frag, please. Tigrić. Bolesno. Imao smo 4-0 dovode tako ubije. Znam, čist stvari sam napravio, vraćao, znači, ne znam što ste nam. Lov, ajde, otišli. Bravo. Bravo. Nice, bro. Ups, two ups izgleda. Two ups. Don't peek, please. Lajkujte stream, braću koji ste ušli, ajde podržite brat Tamketa. Subujte se koji ste novi. Idemo na 10 lajkova. Sad ćemo gledati ljudi, sam da završim s novim timom. Onda ćemo opet igrati kad završimo Furiju.
Sorry, it was an accident.
A, izgorio, nemoguće da se proširio, jebim igricu. Da liko se proširi. Ste vidjeli ovo, daj brate. Nije moguće da se liko proširio. Lajkujte, šerujte, subscribeujte, da se liko proširi, molim.
-7.
Moguće da se liko proširio. Brate, koliko se proširi pičku mater. Molim, brate. Gde spadne? AVP, pa nemoj ići, brate, ako ja idem.
We go under like the normal people.
Ovo sve šatke mi taj.
A jebim ti naprijed, znao sam. Znao sam. Frajer ide. Dobro, neke najjači. Hvala njemu, ali nemoj više vidjeti.
Daj digle.
Ha? Šta si rekao? Ode kamera, jebi.
Daj digal. Eto ti kalaš.
Sam sekund, iznervirao sam se. Sam sekund, uzmi kalaš, uzmi. Neki je najjači, za tebe najjači, izlaz mog live-a i čao, nemoj me pratiti. To je to. Dođe on nešta box match, da mu ja jebem matku, eto i box match. Da ga razbijem odmah. Eto, sami znam.
Trump.
Stani, šta je ovo s kamerom? Aj sad.
Trumpa pazi.
Ja samo tako reći, misliš da šta njega bojim, on nešta.
Bra.
Retardiran. Fokusaj. Ovako ću mi ga box matchat, samo to reći. Plant. Sam slobodno reći to. Ja se njega ne bojim. On 15 godina, ja 18 plus sam duplo veći, možem ga pobiti. Jedino tako. Samo to reći. Nice.
Imaš dropa mi.
Eto, sam nek znao. Znači, druže, ništa mu nisam govorio, sam sam odradio reakciju na njegovu pjesmu i rekao sam što istina.
Drop.
Šta treba?
A drop.
Pa probaj.
Hvala.
Znači, dođe serija, on nešto box match, ajde. Box match, šta je? Oj. Ovo te mali kad se ovako. Jungle close. Info 2 jungle. Jebijem li, kud ide. Jungle jedan. Sam slobodno tako vrate reći. Streamer HD.
You know that you don't have the bomb and you still rotate. Like what?
Aaaa! Neće, ja ću ujutru kupat. Ja. Pa šta? Neću, samo ti se kupaj. Sam rekao, ja se kupam, ne kupaš.
Bro.
CT. Ja ništa ne vidim.
Steps.
jungle low. Jungle low. Why you free AVP, bro? Why? Zašto si ti uzeo AVP ako nisi uzeo? Eto, sad smo izgubili low jedan. Taj je zadnji možda low. Nemoj, brate, uzimat AVP, eto, nemoj.
Avia piaha, you're a stupid language hunting.
Jebut, AVP mrtvi. Uzmaj, bez veze. Sam ti rekao, ne uzmaj. Imamo rundu za 7-7 i izgubimo rundu, daj jebsi.
Go B, you little
Ajde, shut up, bot. Free AVP,
Go B, man.
Gledaj ovo.
Who's there, you motherfucker.
Bravo, ide.
CT, stairs.
Stairs, AVP.
Nemako. Iznervirao sam se i to je to. Stretar, jebe mi majku jebe. Jebem.
Ja sam se iznervirao. Ja sama.
B, one low. Nice, baby. Oof. Nice, B. Nice, bravo.
Decoys out. Flashbang. Incendiary out.
Rampa još jedan, bježi, ko je? Pao je rampa. Palas.
Go. Laying down smoke. Flashbang. Smoke. Throwing fire. Deploying flashbang.
Goes under B. Pass the B, B. One B play, please.
B.
O nije, sandwich ninja. Sad ne znam da li je B. Ne čujem bom. Sandwich ninja. Ninja sandwich. Sandwich. Sandwich, bro. Nice. CT. City, pa bro. Why you no look City, van? Imali ste runde, ja ne znam što radite. Jebote, igra. Imate rundu, vrate.
Let's make this right as rain. Decoy. Throwing smoke.
Pa mi pokriva CT, da li je realno? Zašto sve nije ovaj game igra? Bravo, de padne. A, full, nemoj. Ginit. Rampa neđi. Još smo biti, još sam 3 kila, brate. Još smo sad lijepo retake odradili.
Ne da mi se više ući u tricu.
A?
Da spit. Neće da mi uđe u tricu silver pa da spit.
Laying down smoke. Flashbang. Throwing smoke.
Što bi?
Ne znam. Igra 1-A. A vidiš šta ja pričam. A što ne igrate, a? Što ti rotiraš? Aj mi objasni. Kon. Ne rotiraj, ne trčkaraj više. Normalno igraj. Ne rotiraj bez veze kad ne znaš info. Eno. Sad smo izgubili rundu zbog tvog trčkaranja. Bro, play so 1A. Znači. Moj boj. Igrat ćeš aj, nećeš trčat, jesi čuo?
Dobro.
Izgubimo rundu zbog trčanja njegovog mrtvog. Bez veze. Trčanje. Možete mi se ni ne igra. Ovako izgubimo rundu. Brate, znači imamo N3 čovjek napravio i trčanje.
A, 100%. A.
Palas. Bro, it's kill. Lov. Lov ti je. Taj iz Palas. Pomozi mu. Te je spawn. Tu. Gdje gledam. Ima još jedno. Jebu. Majka. Jedan mu je lov, to ne taj. Ali nije to taj.
Palas.
Lov. Let's go A. CT and Palace, I don't know. CT, yes. CT, retardu. Defing, ajde. Palace! Nice! Bravo.
Nice.
Ima vrijeme, dobre. Ja ne znam kako lik ne pada.
Čovjek ima shot koji ubija ih.
Zato što je lov čovjek. A nije bio lov, klinac ga ubio, jebim leti.
Ideš lava. 1 za 100.
A, opet, pazi.
Jedan, ma nije, nisi. Svi su tu, mislim.
Pazi. Flash. Pala, spao.
Bravo.
Rotiraj B.
Dead.
Ti ostani, ja probaj. Noće sam ti sve poverala. Drop MK, bro. Taj.
Najčistiji drop MK.
Let's show them who we are. Laying down smoke. Deploying flashbang. Incendiary out. Throwing fire.
Grenade out.
B, vjerovatno. Možda under, pazi. A nemoj flashat. Idi A. Lov. I sandwich tu neće bio. Nije sandwich, triple and... Ne znam. Tu će neće bio. Tu, ninja, da. Ninja. Nije ninja.
Protect, my friend.
Nice.
Thank you, my friend.
Bravo.
A flash. A smokovi sve.
Dobro, dobro. Pazit se.
Možda okrenu bi. Ubi.
B, B, help B, bro. Jebo majku, šta radi liko. One low. Target, one bench. Nice. Bench, man.
Bench.
Možda close kitchen. No, bench. Bench. Close, uff. Bench.
Bench.
Nice. Bravo.
Ukruži se ovaj meč.
Lajku ste. To je tu. Još to lajka do 10. Ajmo. Lajk. Barem da vinam ovo, da mogu gledat. Da. Stimak, možda neću širat. Pošto ću ono do 11. Jebim. Šta je? Ne mogu, nisam gladan, znači počela se dosađivat. Nisam gladan! Počela se dosađivat. Jedi li ti hoćeš? Kako A uđeš je? Bravo retardi. Bravo. Zaslužujemo da izgubimo. Triple. Brate, ajde, još jednom odigrajte tako. Normalno igrajte iz A sajta, znači ne pušajte bez brze. Let's go play site. Don't pushing. Sad smo resetovani, što trebamo ginuti, pravo.
Save.
Bravo, save, mamo. Mamo. Stay site, retard. Why you pushing? Why? Jebli, majku, bolest. Zbog toga on izgubimo. Under mora biti, je. A, ja. Treba naći. Dobro.
Pala.
Kako ste retardirani, brate. E sad ćemo zbog vas izgubiti, brate. Jebi ga. Da smo imali, brate, znači... Sad mi je dobro da oni su igrali sa sajtom. Mid. Al vaj. Ja sam mid low. Under možda, I don't know. Mid. Ne možeš ga ubiti čovječe. Ne pita više. A jebote, krv. Low. Bravo, pao, B, idite, B. I lajkujte stream, braćo. Jebi ga.
Throwing flashbang.
Neko, rotate, ne rotiraj ti iz B. Ti igraj gdje si igrao, probaj tako da igraj. A, smo.
Mene.
Pazi da nije u jungle. Ili je fake? Nije, planta, dobro. Bombu imate, lagano sad. Da nije u konu, pazi, svašta može.
No pick.
Bravo. Dobro, izvukli smo se. Lajkujte stream, načo, podijelite ko.
Ovo je sad užla i to baš.
Laying down smoke. Deploying flashbang. Incendiary.
Smoke.
Pazi, under and mid, možda end A, šta je to već? Uzmijemo dobro, onda sad a kon, jebu ga, kon. Rampa, kon. Bravo. Rotiraj, tu je bomba. I rampa je zadnja. Let's go rotate, one, onaj, B. No, rotiraj ti, purple, rotate B. B, ma ja.
Yeah.
Ups.
A ne, to, bro.
Left.
Defaj, probaj da. Def. Nice, bravo. Ajde, spadni ti.
Come on, chop. Throwing flashbang. Throwing fire. Flashbang.
Bravo. Lajkujte stream, brat, ajmo, lajka. Ti 10 lajkova ne možemo dovoljati.
Throwing a grenade.
Bravo.
Deploying flashbang.
Nice. Bravo. Palas možda zadnji.
Ideš vamo te spore.
A ja, iz palasa vrati.
Nice.
Odot ja gledat, pa se vidim. Odo ja gledat. Ajde. Tu ostanu, ajmo da možemo komentar sa evo. 54. Širo kaže. 10-8 već vodi pa onaj. To na CT strane, sad su na T, ja mislim, tako da.
Soften a little bit. Hobbit for 3 damage. Probably doesn't give a damn. As long as he's still above 90, his A1.
Oof.
Yo! Okay. Nafany, cracking headshot. And I love the
baited into that flash.
Down into the hay carts, slices through that A
That
site.
is dry running right there.
Cloud9 as if there wasn't even anybody there.
Don't step on that. So the two guys jump out, the flash goes overhead as they're in the air, so the rifler shooting at them eats it completely, and Anthony gets the first kill. It couldn't go better for the call. They're double volleying, double smoking everything. Saying no way back into this round, Heroic.
I like that.
And Nafany's individual level has been a big part of everything for Cloud9 in these last few matches. And the craziest part is, again, they still have a pretty good 4v5 conversion despite Nafany dying. So it's like he's able to contribute and isn't the reason that they lose in situations, which was a problem for Cloud9 for a very long time.
For the record, 24 and 13 on Vertigo.
Yeah.
Just 4 kills off of Shiro. Felt like Nafany had 4 kills across all maps when Cloud9 were losing back in the Challenger stage, but that is neither here nor there. It's done with, and it's just history at this point. Cloud9,
yeah, they're a new team.
Feels like ages ago with what we've seen instead. A victory over FaZe, a victory over Na'Vi.
Yeah, he has a 27 kill game versus FaZe. And 2019 second to the top behind Axel versus Na'Vi as well.
Who is this? We're talking about the same guy that almost lost to, or excuse me, did lose to Greyhound, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
I mean, yeah, the boys.
Okay.
Heroic. Luckily, because they saved so many guns, it's an easy rebuy, so just let that last one slip.
Oh man, Axel, just keep your eyes peeled.
Rounds to play with.
They try to molly him back out of Bell, so it's hard for him to re-aggress, but he's ahead of this, and they're leaving the site. Now, Cadian's Office here. See if they give him a freebie or what. Yep, they are going to set up for the boost. Oh, the molly comes. Oh, he aims low. Oh my God. He's going to take that shot and leave.
Wow.
God damn. The call out.
Off the molly, they chuck it in.
Jesus.
He's got bottles flying over his head, bodies bouncing up. And he had that. That crosshair was exactly where it needed to be.
It's just, he thought there's no way they boost behind their own molly. Why would they do that? They called him out so bad.
Because Cloud9 are looking to lock in a spot in the playoffs.
Jesus.
That's why. Pulling out all the bells and whistles.
Would there be 5 maps in a row versus FaZe, Na'Vi, and then Heroic? That would be unbelievable.
I mean, dude, the script writers have been out of this world so far in Rio.
They're trying to make it so unbelievable. I mean, it's becoming obvious now that it's scripted at this point. Oh my God, the lurk.
Enters.
Oh, he's not done.
Nice. It's clean. 2 headshots, of course. Stown gonna get peppered through the smoke. Half his health is gone. It's a 4 versus 2, and just like the last round, you'd think Heroic hang on for dear life, but you can't even run. Wow. You can't hide from the likes of Nafany. He hunts him down in the CT spawn. Shiro scoped in, will walk into the crosshair of Shush, but Axile's not far away. He's gonna slide out through the fire, burning, and Shush is gonna do everything he can to try and hold on to this rifle. Hell, he could even get the op.
I feel like they keep trying to come at him, though. They have enough money, and they just don't want to see this gun next round, so we'll see if Shush...
Hobbit's turn.
He might have to ace. And it looks like, oh my God, they're all doing a little bit, and there's another guy here. Oh, bullet goes by. Oh, and he gets chased down. No ace, and he dies. And I think even though Cloud9 sacrificed so many players, the amount of money left over on top of this economy building round, that was a worthwhile chase.
Cloud9 now.
They're doing stuff right now. For sure, they're doing stuff right now. That Hall zigzag, that's call out on the op. I mean,
11 round half on Vertigo when it came to their T side. 5 already added to the tally. Tragic. Tragic after all that fighting. Shush doesn't get to save.
Yeah. It's not worth absolutely nothing, but it's not going to have any impact for a couple of rounds at least.
Right.
Dangerous buy safe situation. Heroic yet to win a round here on CT side. But another buy regardless. Tesses, just a deagle.
Down hoisted up behind quad, parallel to Jabby. With the bomb back in spawn, Cloud9 just sizing up all options. Need I reiterate, a flawless T side so far. It's looking really good as well. Inters, man. Again, from that pistol 4K into the flank hold last round. Individually speaking, Inter's looking really sharp.
I wonder if they threw a bad smoke on purpose, actually. I mean, it's still not like they've got everything here, but 3 players boosted up, trying to drag him forward. Axel will spot 1.
First player's also taking point with a deagle.
Still a boost in CT.
Yeah, it seems like a warm welcome as far as Cloud9 are concerned.
Well, they've got their attention, that's for sure.
Could also be too good to be true.
They have to be smoking quad, surely.
Easy pick up, one way. Down. Feel like Jabby could go big here. They're already so concerned with the players in the site. Nafany gonna take off some pressure, but Jabby gets himself a second. Tesses then a chance to shine. Shiro hit in the head, down to 35, clears the guy on CT, and sure enough, nice stack from Heroic.
I think they did that on, I think they might have done that on purpose. A little bit of a bad smoke. Tempting. It wasn't like so bad that they thought, oh, they missed it on purpose, but just kept them coming forward. And Cloud9, wow. That's the one they lose. That's the one they lose. Lots of great ideas here. Maximizing the deagle as well.
Spinal tap.
Yeah, and they need to re-smoke CT in the midst of all that chaos.
Right. So proof that Heroic CT side, not going to go down without a fight. Nafany, your move. What's next? Hobbit, it's being held. Nice shot through the open door, but Jabby gives cover in mid. Nafany thought maybe he could press in, and that was just call of the void. Too many angles being held. We get the wraparound on Arch, but it is still an invite for C9 to start to press through, and they go through quietly. Jabby, he comes back. Never would have saw that coming. When he left, it was smoked. When he returns, Axile's already through it. And now Shiro trying to hunt Shush back into the A site. If they can do this fast enough, they can pinch into Shush, and then they just have to turn and deal with those 2 rotations. Shiro gets it for free, smoked down, and now Inter's easy on the plant. Fire off the mark, and a good amount of utility here in the face of Heroic's retake attempt.
They only know about 1 player coming in from CT, so they're still worried about everything. It's a very standard situation, however. This will still favor the T side for sure, especially with the op from Shiro. See if they can find him making a risky decision on the peak.
Ooh, not scoped in either. It's going to have to be the quick scope. Stown flashes in for the push. Oh, and he goes as it's popping. Stown suddenly turns white like a ghost because he knows that's Cloud9 13. Axile walking through smoke. Jabby getting picked off. It just opened that site for the take.
And Shush does the best thing he possibly can. He kind of multiplies his presence, right? If it's not a split with Lane and Arch at the same time, then if it is that push, then Shush is screwed, right? They come up lane. But since they don't, he gets to Arch, he gets that deep angle first. They're not ready for him to be there as a solo guy left over. And then Shiro follows up right behind him. And as we can see, Shush can't assume that on this timing, with teammates coming through CT spawn, he's got to worry about that as well. So he's really worried about getting hit from lane. So even though Shush plays that the best way he possibly can, Cloud9 still take it a layer deeper. Now they bring themselves to 13. They deny Heroic from getting to double digits. Oh, this T side has been stellar, so oh my god! No way, that's a collateral flick!
Yeah, it is! Right through the corner of this wall as well. Oh, Shush and Tesses, and this is no eco. This is straight up guns to try and keep Cloud9 from 14. Shiro skewers the B play. What the? There's a third player in line. Nappany off of the flash. Mac-10 in easy upgrade, and there's nothing left to stop them. 14 locked in.
I haven't seen a shot like that, like, ever. I mean, wow. That was disgusting.
Heroic's hopes splattered down Banana. Oh, the money's gone, the rounds are adding up, and Heroic on this defense have won but one measly round. In the grand scheme of things, we'll be walking away from this series at the moment just talking about these Cloud9 T sides. It's down, he's gonna try to dive back. I mean, at this point, it's just bloodlust from Cloud9. They wanna take away everything they can. They wanna smother Heroic so that they have no hope to bounce back in the next one. This M4, this AK, they could be key. We've seen Heroic do so much more with so much less. And oh, of course! Oh, salt in the wound! Axile through coffins. How poetic.
Oh my God.
Puts him in it.
Oh my God.
With that 2 away from playoffs.
The kills are unbelievable this game. What is that? You can barely see a shoulder of one.
Look at this. What does he see? Killer instincts. And add it to Axile.
That's one of the dirtiest shots this major. Wow. Wow. And that is just kind of a capstone to an unbelievable couple of weeks for Shiro. That's the way they win this map. I think it makes perfect sense. Playing the best CS of his life at the most important major of his life, the deepest run versus the hardest teams. Shiro doubters in the mud.
I mean, the doubt was justifiable after that loss to Greyhound. It's crazy that ever since that happened...
Not just Shiro doubters.
Oh, excuse me.
I don't know if you watched that Greyhound match, but you have no business doubting Shiro after that.
Are those people really out there?
Yeah.
100%. Znači, toliko dobro igraju, ako ovako budu na main charu. Ali on se ne zna za Navi.
I can only imagine what else they think.
Zna zakazat, da zna
Here we
neka
go,
dobro
pressing onto the arch side. Kadian, not with the op, but the
to
M4.
Uf, ti boga,
so clean. It is so sharp.
Please miss.
Who on Cloud9 is going to drop the ball at this point? From Hobbit to Shiro to Axile to Inters in the pistol to Nappany with these last 2 incredible maps. I mean, it has just been an entirely new level. Hell, I would almost go as far as saying this looks like an entirely new team, barring Shiro.
That's what I was saying. It's like they're...
From top to bottom, man.
It's as if this match is online, and that is the biggest compliment you could possibly give to them. 1-to-1 with their online play.
Insane.
In the highest pressure environment possible.
Insane.
Let's see if they can make this a reality. One player down in Kadian, that's the rotator. The other rotators are trying to help out. They know it's going to be A, but they have to worry about B, and this patience is actually getting them to spread out again.
Oh,
2 in the pit.
Famas is in hand. Hobbit's got one, Nappany the other, but you don't know about Jabby. This could be big. He gets that first, but Shiro turns it upside down and smashes his skull in. Heroic, the hopes now waning as Cloud9's 15th comes with absolute ease, just like all the others.
Yeah, seriously. Man, what a brutal T-side this has been. Man, from the perspective of preparation, a couple of kills. Clearly demo kills. And we saw Heroic's counter-strat on the second pistol as well. Everyone was ready for Inferno today. But then C9's just pure executions from a dry run perspective. They're ready to beat their stats on Inferno. They don't have any big wins recently, even though they played it quite a bit. Lots of rounds versus good teams. But this is the biggest scalp to take when it matters the most. There will be an explosion of energy if Cloud9 win this. Of course, even bigger if Heroic somehow pulled this back. But Cloud9, after having Antwerp be missed, not making top 8 there, I can only imagine the build-up to this moment and what it means to them. They must have seen their life flash before their eyes every single day of Challengers. Think about the disappointment, the amount of new fans that they've got that they're potentially letting down. The second lease on life after getting Cloud9 as an organization.
Especially after Dallas.
Yeah. Yeah.
one bad day. That's what Cloud9 at this point can say about this run so far in Rio. One bad day. They saw the bottom of the barrel, and they have ever since decided, no, not for them. Running it back with incredible 16-14s. I mean, the fact that they have a victory over FaZe, over Na'Vi, and now potentially over Heroic. We're talking about teams that could have been considered deep in the playoff runs. This is not a Legends stage victory that's padded with, excuse me, the likes of Sprout. This is nearly as tough as it's ever supposed to get, and they do it with such killer conviction. Not just off the back of Shiro, but from top to bottom they go. Napity dead first. Jabby, again, he's been put into a position to try and hold them back. And it'd be foolish to think that Heroic are incapable of winning at least another. But they're gonna run down towards mid. We've got Stown ahead of them. Pressed in close within this smoke, catches them off guard. But Shiro, clean trade frag. Loses a bunch of his health, and it's going to be Tesses next at bat. He's got a player further back in that CT spawn. And there are still time for Cloud9 to try and press this. Axile both! He just walks up close on smoke and stuff the chances of Heroic. It's the two shining stars of Shiro and Axile left. And Shush, with a monumental task at hand, has to try to come through with this clutch. He's got a Molotov and a low HP Axile. There we go, one at least. He's gonna work this in further. Cannot cover that bomb off with smoke. Shiro on the lesser HP, but he also has the molly, and it lands where he needs it, when he needs it. Shush, your only options in. He's down to 22 now, health advantage Shiro, and what do you know? Counter-Strike, such a magical game with shades of Boston behind them. Cloud9 from an 0-2 in Challengers to a berth in the playoffs. Rio, what a wonderful place.
Yeah, they needed it. They needed it. All of the practice through Challengers, and they knocked out Na'Vi, FaZe, and Heroic in a best-of-3 to not lose a map in Legends. Mirroring what Na'Vi did in Stockholm. The three teams, I think, that are their most prevalent threats moving into playoffs, and they're the first ones that
2-1. Ima, gledat ćemo ovo, ljudi. Gledat ćemo ovo, pustit ću vam ovo. Da pregledam ovaj sam klać. Izgubio I treba vratiti.
To the wall, spots out Twist, a big spray through, finds the head and finds the round for the Eagles. What a recovery that was.
Oh, didn't look that convincing there with the spray at the end, but the play to outmaneuver FaZe across the map, that was tidy business, right? And the fact that Brokey snapped up to Flatro, that was great. The trade from Rig on short, that drew the rotation, that was created, and you could see there was in two minds from Synopsy here, because as soon as Rigon goes down towards mid, he was going to push forward for even more space. Fortunately, he didn't because Carrigan got back quick, smart. But that round means an awful lot. Both teams still with plenty of cash to buy, and this is more like it.
Really? This is game on. Rigon gone. Whew, that's aggressive. Straight out the window, straight up the guts.
They have to pivot off of this, right? They know that these players are over towards the B apartments. Can get that upgrade, and you can see it at the feet, just using the MP9 to clear out close, and there you go. Rain will get the upgrade, but the next point of action likely towards middle here. Carrigan or Brokey.
Carrigan, he's not going to overcook it, but he's letting them cross through short. Oh, Brokey pays a heavy price for the info. Rops might have to hold B with Rain from the apartments. It's a weird role reversal. In from short, Rain to spray. That upgraded AK comes into play. Hold on, hold your horses. Rain repositions. And Synopsy and Flatro looking to try and find a new avenue.
Again, they're just pulling these threads, and it's forcing FaZe into these awkward situations. I know they had the initiative, and now they're creeping forward. This step has hurt. This step has definitely hurt. Synopsy knows one's close.
Never mind, a headshot instead. Synopsy, Flatro trying to do the impossible in a 2v4.
He didn't see him.
Blind. He has no idea. He has no idea. He hears a little something, something. A lot of nades, but he'll use that M4. Synopsy crawl now on the floor. Looking for more, Rob's unable to do so. Quick trade from Carrigan to secure a third round. on this defense.
Oh, we're playing some silly games with them right now, our Bad News Eagles, and that's such an awkward maneuver to try and pull off when you know that the B Apartments is completely given over to that CT side. 180 degrees on Jules, even if they had made their way up to the site. One player up to B Apartments, one over towards the market position. That was never going to be easy here. Good job trading onto this kill on Rops, right? It forces Carrigan to step on out and take that Jewel. And it's getting a little bit wonky over there in the buy department for Bad News Eagles. A Galil, that's the top end. P250, that's the bottom end. And again, this brute force through mid.
Pacey. See if FaZe can handle this. A world-class team, they just need to demonstrate their ability and affinity against the aggression. Flatro does go punished. And only GXX to voice anything else on ramp initially. You can see the crossfire, Brokey active. They want to clear this out together. Well, that's the problem. Resolved. And Synopsy was hoping that if he kicked up enough of a fuss, he might have pulled a couple of the pieces out of this B puzzle and enabled another bomb plant. Don't forget, they fully invested there.
If he can find the fight cleanly, like Carrigan should just tuck in and wait for a sound cue. He doesn't actually have to overextend in this environment right here. But if Synopsy can somehow find this kill, can pick himself up a rifle, and I was going to say potentially get the bomb down, but if you look at the radar top left of your screen, you can see Twist has just gravitated towards that market position. So he'll be able to stall this one out unless some absolute bangers are hit. And yeah, it is unlikely.
He's just accounting for the potential. If Carrigan was to go down, you don't want it to spiral into an after plant with time to reposition. Carrigan now calls for aid. He's got the info, and beautiful, beautiful. Tidy round, converted.
And a bit of a smile on the face of Carrigan there. So happy with how that one unfolded. And I think there's a good reason to be. Right? You know what type of buy that was. You saw the head armor, you saw the Galil. You understand that they just threw their bodies at you and they got nothing for it. Sure, it was slightly chaotic towards that connector position, but that's all it was. Chaos that FaZe were able to grab and use in their favor. So Bad News Eagles will be stomaching what should be a full eco here before we can see the buys again. And this is FaZe's chance now to really hunker down, right?
Yeah,
set themselves up with a stable base. If we want to keep up this conversation, if we really want to believe in Bad News Eagles on the CT side, right, then we have to talk about how many we want them to get in this T-half. So if we set this early, we set the expectation, if they can get themselves 4 or 5 rounds in total here on the T-half, that's going to be par for the course. So even if we see FaZe blow out to say like a 7-2, let's call it a 9-2 scoreline, if Bad News Eagles late are able to creep back in, I think they will consider that a success.
Absolutely. And they've proven time and time again that they're not to be underestimated in the face of adversity at a disadvantage. Just Glocks. Robs with the SMG to farm up some extra cash. A $600 kill reward if these Glocks run into his meat grinder. However, they are actually just having a leisurely stroll towards Carrigan, who's now got the support and the info. Brokey will tap away at one, doesn't get the frag, but damage inflicted.
It's not looking pretty, is it?
No.
But they're not coming in, so I suppose you would consider that job done. Oh, well, Carrigan steps up and will take Synopsy down through the wall, so he'll enjoy that. He will be tested on towards this B bomb site in several different occasions here, Carrigan, so if he can pad his confidence here, he's the type of individual. I know that we think, okay, Carrigan, not a massive fragger, but he can have impactful moments when the chips tend to be down for this team. And he's kind of like Snappy in a way, where they just have these pop-off performances when you expect all the other stars to do so. But they're two older boys, right? Carrigan, he's 32. Not a young lad anymore, but still able to lead the team at the highest of caliber and contribute when they need him.
Yeah, we got a lot of teenagers in attendance here in Rio.
Well, the core of FaZe is so young.
Right.
I think it's 22 for Twists and... I think it's 22 for Twists and Rops, and then Brokey's 21.
Brokey's younger, yeah.
Something along those lines. Maybe it's 23, or I know we were talking about this when we were covering the FaZe versus Vitality game yesterday.
Carrigan signature smoke thrown out. Get to see it from the man himself. That will lock out the forward position of B Apartments and does at least posture for some CT crawl.
This is a little bit more like Vertigo right now in a pacey round like this, or lack thereof. See, BNA are taking their time. They're doing a default spread. They've been able to get Synopsy parked up in towards this window.
That's a bit of a gap, no?
Well, the fact that the vent isn't broken, that's the key. They're aware that this is possible, but what a shot!
Whoa, knocks the hair off a Twist. The Eagles. Advantage onto the guns. Quickly eliminated one. Brokey dancing around default. Getting hunted now. 3 of them surging towards him. Good find onto default. Rob still lingers in the palace as a CT. Will they consider this? Yes, they will.
They will.
Oh, yes, indeed. A smoke to completely nullify his options, and that looks like a gap closer, if ever I saw one. Synopsy having a very impactful game here.
But remember what we're talking about, right? If they go 4 or 5 rounds here on this T half, this is the 3rd already, and within the first 8 rounds of play. So this is a very big round to win with all of that considered. And we were just talking about that being a bit more of a default spread. They get all that space. And you're talking about the gap. Yeah, a gap in terms of they know that it's open, but the sound cue was provided, it had to be provided if they were going to flank towards that B site or CT spawn. But that shot was an absolute blinder, and it looked like Twist was addressing it.
Yeah. Maybe an AK-47 to be delivered into Rops here, but thinks better of it. Flatro will exit with the rest of his cronies. Oh, and even confirmed, oh, his suspicions. I don't know if that AK is going to be retrievable. Bang. He's going to have a look. Good luck. Have fun. No, no fun for Robs today. This is about survival. You know, less than about making a name for yourselves. FaZe has already done that, but right now, they just have to pick up the W. No chance for another L over the course of this stage. We do get to see Brokey on the AWP. We'll see how he chooses to implement it. Oh, look at this from Bad News Eagles. They're going for an immediate AX deck.
There's 2 players here to deal with this, Rops and
just go.
Rain in combination.
Okay, pug time. Let's see how Rain reacts. The Elder Statesman. He's seen this play before. Many a moon ago. The whole squad's here. Brokey, completely nullified by the smoke. Flash is perfect, but Rigon doesn't clear on triple. Back is turned. Spray is hit. Twist actually finds the frag. Bomb denied as well. Good start from FaZe in defending this. Bare knuckle brawl on the A site. GXX forward position had managed to advance and lock down connector. Go in, looking, twists aware, and jiggles out. Big find from GXX. Posts it for his second frag, and the bomb's still not planted. Brokey could have been caught out by that forward position. You can see Scenario up over the box. He's been tasked with the plant and should have it uncontested.
The Prince in Palace, he's coming. Rops is behind, and he's going to grab the kill on Flatro here.
Beautiful. Scenario vulnerable. There's 2 on both sides, and it's Rops again to secure it. Only GXX. He started strong, but this is just a step too far. They all staring at him. They know it's most likely Ram. What a shot into the head of Brokey. Shouldn't be any more. Carrigan trying to hold them. They are on the defuse and faking it out. Dancing with him now. Carrigan holds his nerve and his spray for the 6th.
Okay.
Hanging on by a thread at times.
Yeah, dicey there for a moment. Rops again with that type of maneuver around the world here to come in through that Palace position. He completely unravels that and he changes the discourse that was being had on the BNE side. It went from settling into the post-plant scenario and really identifying where the threats could come from to going, this is something we didn't account for, and now we're in a world of strife. So you can see Rops springing to life there. And Carrigan as well. Look, in that scenario, when you have Carrigan trying to take that fight, you pull off the bomb, you want to take the duel in unison, but there was a chance that maybe that could have fallen on the wayside. So a close one here.
Yeah, he's not stopping. Rops, he found aggression, and he's added it to the mix. 2 Eagles down already. Flatro tries as hard as he might to find a fight, but it's not going to work out well. Twist will find him. But seriously, they've added a whole new arc to this Rops character, where he's going for around the world flanks, active repositioning, and he's just charged up mid to take the fight alone. Unsupported, he doesn't need anyone else's help. The 3rd for the Estonian wonder child.
Well, this is the thing with Rops. Maybe if people who haven't had the history lesson on him and the addition to this FaZe roster joined in the early stages of this year, GXX will be going down. He can't even... Oh, actually, he's acknowledging it. So GXX, awareness on the push. Now, the avenue of a soul, he can make his way up the ramp here, but there's too many bodies to deal with it, and it'll be Brokey, the AWP on the other side to take him down. But Rops, he was the missing piece of the puzzle. He joined at the start of the year. It changed the complete dialogue behind FaZe. Now they're the #1 team in the world, the reigning champs, the contender that everybody are turning their attention to here in Rio. But not only that, you have to go back a little bit earlier when Carrigan was on Mouse alongside of Rops. And when he joined that team and Rops was an A anchor, he's thinking, you have a player of this ability. Why are you not putting him in more instrumental positions, like playing in connector somewhere where he can really stretch his wings and find a lot of impact here? He's a lurky player. He likes to be clinical. But with the aggression as you've just seen, he has it in buckets and spades. This kid is a mechanical monster.
Oh, and Synopsy might have his number. They're kissing in the smoke. Rops surely solves it. It's like I wasn't moving forward. I was touching my keyboard. He must know, but doesn't want to reveal it just yet. And Synopsy looking the wrong way. Profits.
I think they wanted to flash him forward for information anyway, and the fact that he couldn't go, aware that if I just sit and wait, they'll come to me. So good understanding of the situation here from Rops, up to 15 kills. And this is the star level performance that you need from him as Rain and Twist also find some frags.
That's bad, that's not bad. It will be the end. Flatro. Last of 4, we will see 8. So a 1-out CT half. Solid haul, but I will reiterate, the stakes have been laid out. Bad News Eagles are one of the best. Of course, we've got some crazy teams in attendance, but one of the best in attendance here at Rio at these CT streaks. They can pull out a defensive wall.
And that's why we're, you know, it's difficult right now to get over the moon for FaZe. They should be winning this matchup. Coming in today, they were the heavy favorites, but they've already dropped a map. Not that they were made to work for things on Nuke, but if you look at least some of the signs, it points to BNE potentially being able to compete in that second half.
Like
so
you said,
4 or 5.
Yeah, and 3 already in that first half of our third map in this series.
3 towards A here, aggressive A ramp maneuver. So Flatro has to be put on notice as the mid crawl. So they are looking for the space. Twist and Carrigan are the 2 closest to deal with this, and Brokey's AWP hedged towards connector, but stalled out now by some CT redeploys. Who's going to take the first fight here?
I like their A setup. Brokey forward position, just dealing with the connector. And there's 3 walking up mid without the bomb on their back. So is this just puffing up their chest? Is there more to it? Looking for contact, looking for duels. Will FaZe provide them? Brokey could. Hasn't. Won't. On the cross now. Oh. Info. Surely Twist is ready now. They'll likely flash him. And he's still good for the frag. Without any support. He shuts down Rigon and sends the rest packing their bags back to A. They elope. But with 38 and this forward setup, look at this. You're not going to get them both. You can find Rain. Rob's there to trade. Oh, bait reload. Oh, brutal. Brutality. 1, 2. Rain delivers as well. Still Synopsy and GXX on a bit of a disadvantage and getting worse. Brokey connects the AWP shot, leaves GXX alone and unwilling to commit. Why would you? $100 in your pocket and AWP in your hands. Try and keep that and play it into the next.
Yeah, this one is starting to hurt now for BNE. And look, we know that this buffer's there, but it's the way that they're losing these type of rounds. Sure, they get those 2 trades back from Synopsy, but it's a 3-on-1 situation where they had to limp out with 20 seconds left. Is that a competitive round? Well, no, not really. So that's the difference that we're looking for here. If they're able to at least keep the pressure on FaZe, who are starting to blow out in the finance department. Brokey with 10K after full purchases here. 7.2 for the likes of Carrigan, and you can take a look down the list. The timeout has been taken. Conversation to be had. This is the first for Bad News Eagles in this 3rd map of play. And with this retained AWP, you have to consider a few factors here. What can be bought around it, and what type of spawn does GXX have? What pick is he comfortable with based off of those spawns? Right now, he's looking over towards the A ramp, and there is the possibility to set him up with that totem boost to try and catch a player running across from A to connector. But here it is from Twist, who, when he got the Deagle kill from that helped them get to the 2nd round forced by conversion. So Twist in that vent room position, very potent. And here comes this boost, I expect.
So GXX will have a look. Nothing immediately on the cross. Instead, getting Twist back up into his power position.
Well, you could see that was a port of call for BNE in the previous round. They wanted to roll out the red carpet, usher Rigon in towards that vent room so he could hold in. Twist and eyes, and shifting back now. Now the Bad News Eagles. They did invest into this AK-47. Some lighter upgrades with pistols, and, well, the util, it's not very threatening.
Yeah, it really is. Eyes on Flatro, eyes on GXX, and, well, name in the feed.
Curiosity killed the Rops there, apparently. It's worked for him before, a little bit more out the gate, but playing for info, it's a face full of lead. The number disadvantage, still feel like FaZe are favored with the firepower.
Yeah, but it just takes another one of those. You know, Twist is postured here. He is.
Synopsy's doing a lot of talking. You see him looking down the line here.
Actively holding this line. They don't choose to run boost. And that could be the death of them. Gets one. Gets away. Slows them down on their crawl.
Going away.
I like that.
Open
big gap,
runway.
big gap. Brokey with a good catch and still posted up for this jungle cross. forward position. He's looking a bit rushy. He wants to move through. He wants to go now. Brokey with a no-scope right to the spine. Flatro's gone, and so are the hopes of the Eagles in our 13th round.
Well, this is looking like more like the team, the world #1 that we're expecting, just with some of the plays that they're making. Brokey surging through that smoke. That's the risk. That's the signature Brokey. Gets called out online. Everyone's like, this guy's a passive AWPer. I think he took that personally. And since then, maybe a completely different player. Let the time run out. Punish him right now. Look at the flanks.
Look, they're running away.
Kill him.
They're running away from him. You can kill me. I'll kill you after time. Brutal. Left with nothing. $200. All he has to his name, a packet of Haribo and some pocket lint. All he has to boast. Oh, GXX, now is not the time to be losing out like that. He's got a teammate dropping him a deagle and a tut of his tongue as he realizes that battle for 4 or 5 gonna be even harder now.
Yeah, this is gonna be very difficult, and with that kill after time,
this is just crazy. The fact, I guess it was a question of the time, but also, as we said, the A site was wide open. Rain's passive in Palace, he knew he had to be the one. The chosen one. No break of the vent, so a sound cue required if the T's do worm their way up the window boost.
GXX got a donation here of a deagle, and he's bounded by 1 flash and get dropped another. So he has at least something to try and enable his teammates here. Doesn't always have to happen through the bullets, but you're gonna have to break through at some point. As Carrigan, looking a little bit vogue, has brought out the AUG, but the flashes towards A and into Rops' domain.
Oh,
so
such
blind.
a good flash. Perfect from Cineri. That's kicked open the start of the round for the Eagles. More from Rigon, 2 to the good. That 4th round starting to become a reality as Flatro takes down that AUG. Carrigan out.
Evacuating. Different plans. They're in towards B. Take a look. Synopsy has all the territory. Slightly worried about the flank. They're going to let Synopsy work, and he's already caught Twist off guard. Just Brokey. They know where he is.
Yeah, the bomb's coming back to A, though. Brokey just lost all of his health. Will go down through the box, so Flatro finishes what Rigon started.
And he was aware of the gap in that smoke. We've seen that smoke used time and time again. You and I have had the pleasure of casting so many Mirage games, and that has been a consistent feature in a lot of them from the CT sides, limping that forward just ahead of the ticket between the firebox and playing around the different elevation and gaps. But bang on with the flashes there. Rops, he could not see a thing. And this is only the 4th kill in total for Rigon here, but that has impact written all over it. B&E should do their best work on the CT side.
5 would be cream. Absolute cherry on top if they can find this 5th. Postured B. Been a while since Carrigan got tested over here. Currently has the support of his AWPer.
Yeah, that's the thing. Brokey, if he gets smoked off, he can be removed from the piece, but if not, shooting gallery.
He's got it in his hand, so he might throw it out. Not before they cross, though. Rigon. Early grave. Could be a grave mistake. 11. Attainable. Phase. Alert. Looking astute, looking to cross. Flatro clearing out short through the flames. The sound cue betrays, and now only 2 left to play. Cineri, the last spray. Not gonna happen. 11. 4 FaZe clan secure. 5 rounds away from the first step in survival. Bad news, Eagles. They've got to do it all on the CT side, or this will be the last game they play at the major.
Jesti, šta ima opa, kakav si, brate? Jesi dobar? Baš like, nije problem, tu ja. Ako si tu, brate, vidim da imaš moda, budi aktivan, ovo, ono. Like, share, podobi tam.
Close to survival for another day of play. FaZe versus BNE. We're at the third map. We're at the pointy end of the karambit for this game. Okay. For survival, BNE and FaZe. One of them going home at the end of Mirage. Will the journey be cut short? BNE, they have to do it on the side. They do the dance most frequently. CT side Mirage. Up against the Titan, the behemoth that is FaZe Clan. But still, a pistol could be the first stepping stone into disrupting these greats.
Yeah, and we know which side this has been favouring more often than not.
True.
And 5 pistol rounds played so far, 4 of which have fallen for FaZe.
Will we find a 5th? Rob's patrolling. Synopsy jiggling. Flatro still not choosing to reveal himself. It's GXX that will advance. Synopsy with a good click as well. Looks like it's a problem for FaZe right now. Carrigan gets nothing done. It's only Twists. It's only Brokey. And only a couple of headshots, 2 out of Twist to make it interesting. A quick goosh, and it's over almost as quickly as it began. BNE will find their second pistol of the best of 3.
And both in this map. They cannot falter here against the force buy or the potential force buy of FaZe coming right up in round number 17. But without the plant, the FaZe really want to dip their toes into that dangerous water. That's a door wide open for Bad News Eagles to start making this comeback look like a reality.
Is there anything geeky you can even do without the nades? A couple of P250s. Let's see what their game plan is. It might be something as simple as a letter and go.
Well, this is one of those rounds that we talk about on a consistent basis, where you just head over to one side, you show a little bit of leg, you bait out some util, you move to the other, you hope to look for a kill, and then late, see if you can spring in and get that bomb down.
You know, I mean, everything is a numbers game, right? A $300 smoke is forced, he has to buy that again. You get a kill, they have to buy the Kevlar, the weapon, and that's exactly what you're talking about. Perfect embodiment of show a bit of leg.
Yeah, and they know exactly what they're up against. Rigon, he sees that, he didn't drop anything. He didn't go, all right, I'll offer it up. Once you see the Glocks...
He's faking steps, look at this geek.
Yeah, once you hear the Glocks, you understand the silly games that they're up to here. So one of the keys would be if Sceneri can try and get a couple of kills in this MP9. Now, that isn't how this tends to go, right? You're never going to put a position for a player to get those kills. If it happens, great. But otherwise, you're not going to sit and stall for those type of environments.
He saw it. He knows. Flatro wise to this. He might be calling for Synopsy to go for the clear. And looking at Carrigan as well. Okay, well, some contact found. Twists disrupted, and the rest will fall into place nicely. Scenari does get himself one of those $600 kills. The rest falls into place. Spotless. BNE up to 6. They get their conversion, but this is where it gets difficult. The weapons will be coming out.
Yeah, I think they understood the situation quite well there, BNE. You have options after the pistol round, especially when if you keep 5 alive or, they get the plant, then you get a bit more educated buy into the next. Okay, what are we expecting to happen? And what type of weapons do we want to carry forward? Well, they brought in with 2 M4s and a FAMAS, which means now we don't really need to see too many crazy upgrades. They can do their best to battle against these 5 AK-47s of FaZe who are setting up quite early for an AP. So it's a fake towards mid, cat smoke, window smoke. They're feigning everything like a default round.
Good deep flash. Carrigan, undeterred, goes through, hard spray, good from Twists as he doubles up. And in. Palace to arrive late. Default clear. Process of elimination begins as Synopsy posted in the open. Twist unawares, need the trade, can't find it as Brokey deterred. Synopsy and GXX under some scrutiny. Look at that damage. But still the frags favor the Eagles. Brokey's 1v3, certainly not impossible. GXX CT, the other is the unknown. And currently, Rigon just flirting with that elevated position into the A site. Oh, he's cleared it. He's cleared it and held the line. Rigon will find the final headshot as the Eagles weather the first full gun round.
And GXX even got his hands there on an AK-47, so he upgraded from the Sky and just think a whole lot nicer here, a lot more legroom, air conditioner, and a bit of a sat-nav in this one.
Oh, the seat warmer even.
That is fantastic. Like, if you're a Bad News Eagles fan right now and you want to see them push this one close, push the world #1, they have everything and more to do so. FaZe Clan can limp in with a partial investment. A scout in the hands of Rop, some upgrades across the rest, and they just need to look for heads here. This is the type of round where you need to let the dogs off the leash and hope that that bite is as good as the bark on the FaZe side of things, but Flatro removing heads, haircuts for free, and they're going to make it 3-4 in middle.
Lovely, jubbly Rain. He had a plan. Might be in the bin. Couple of clicks onto GXX, but I don't think Scenari's interested in any of that fun and games. He knows they're coming for him. He's got the info. 3 CTs spotted. And Rain to be hunted. Synopsy's ready and waiting.
Another round with all 5 players.
Ooh, good point.
So we have a couple of those posted now. But the more rounds that they have like this, we're looking second round and fourth rounds of this second half as we have 4 consecutive now for Bad News Eagles. A moment ago, blink and you miss it. Maybe you just went to go grab a cup of coffee. It was 11-4. Now 11-8. Only 3 rounds the difference. And this is the first true gun round for FaZe. This team, pretty handy on a map like Mirage, and I assume that they'll take their time about things a little bit more so here. This can get away from you quickly.
With so much at stake.
There's 3 starting B. They're going to boost up here. They're going to take the fight to Brokey.
Okay, Brokey. Oh, no, he's let it go. Orp lost opening for the Eagles. FaZe heart starts to pitter-patter. Palpitations, another round to close the gap lingers.
But that's a big bit of information. They know that 3 was started B. There's no way you could have 2 players jump up and fight like that without the boost. However, there was nobody in a position to try and punish and take that space for FaZe. Still sorted out top mid. Palace as well. Rops. He's been having a fantastic game, and he spots out the head of Flatro here. Okay, it's just going to be, just going to be a couple of warning shots either way.
It's enough for Carrigan to make a call. The Puppet Master pulls the strings to be. Twist to join him. To be or not to be.
Robs is going to have to join the pack here. I don't feel like you can have a lurk trying to trade efficiently against B&E.
Yeah, he's on his way. No active aggression from the CTs. Rig on to delay with the smoke. He needs to get it out now. They might disrespect that. Nice drop of the smoke. They're into the site, and Carrigan, a big opener. They know he's on the bench. The Extinguish herd, looking for him, spraying for him. They need to clear out this site. Carrigan will burrow into the market to stop the rotate. Bomb is being planted, and it needs to be Carrigan's frag. Synopsy gone. GXX still a threat. Twist around the smoke, good for the headshot, quick and clean. And now problems for Scenari. FaZe Clan into the B site, and they do flip the script. They lost that opening and still recover. Carrigan with the call, and Roban proud of that one.
Yeah, the man in the middle of your screen right now, the brains and the brawn of that round calls them back into this one, and just a contact play. They explode onto the site. He is just trying to open up room for his teammates, but instead gets 2 massive kills. Opens the door, unlocks the B bomb site, and gets in their first round here on the T side.
Will they all be that hard for every bell and whistle you require for the Eagles? Different setup, and a different state of play. Flashes early, into mid, GXX smoked off. No answers into mid just yet, a boost. Just to survey the Savannah. Synopsy active on short side as well, so Brokey's got to be very careful with how far he does peek through.
Flasher's given himself a one-way to work with early, but that's going to start to fade quite quickly here. So that'll be gone before we get to 1:20 on the clock. Unless there is a redeploy, he's going to have to move.
Very forward position now, Flatro. You can see, does think better of it. That's the boost, that's the shot. Rain! The base of the boost gets the frag on the strafe. Synopsy tucked in tight. Coming connector, burning forward though. It's a lot of bodies here. This could end in the blink of an eye, in the drop of a hat. It's Rigon onto Raid. Quick back from Carrigan. Trying to slow things down. Scenari throws a couple of bullets just straight speculatively into the smoke, and nothing to report. As FaZe recede, reset.
This time looks like they want to head back over towards A here. Scenario ticket, Flatro, as we could see, over towards Connector, and GXX has just deployed a smoke defensively. With 30 seconds left, it will have to be this A finish, and GXX might want to consider cheating over here. It's all going to come down to the call from the grave. Otherwise, Flatro and Scenario will have to do this with the two of them.
Smoke available in mid if they require. The ramp. Flatro gets the answers, but doesn't find the frags. Good utility and better frags. GXX approaching the A site, but surely not. Not with what's ahead of him. He's having a look.
They're already starting to chase for him. They've already completely sprawled out middle. Brokey and Twist are on the hunt here. If he gets both of these quickly, an opportunity for a defuse, but the flash was great and the kill even better. The insurance policy, a Twist right there with the AWP shot onto Scenari. That was great. They juggled it around. They used Bogdan's Law. Low HP. And now scratching your head are the Bad News Eagles. That was great from Rain, wasn't it?
Oh,
fantastic shot.
You rarely see the base of the boost do something so immediate.
But working as intended, right? Gorgeous. It drew the crosshair. That's exactly what you're hoping for. And the shake of the head, I think it's starting to sink in now for Bad News Eagles. Going for a Hero M4 in the hands of Rigon.
Start feeling a little flustered after this one. You've been competitive across 2 of the 3. Limited options now into round 22. Staring at the smoke. Lots of presence quick up the short. Synopsy does not have the weapon for this job.
Has to tuck in. Has to give them the space.
He's not. He actually wants to actively contest, and that should be the end of that Eagles collapse. Flatro towards the market, hoping he gets a freebie. Now, Carrigan is low and susceptible. He doesn't want to feed them the AK. In fact, he's juggled both of the rifles away. Really is making sure this is 14. Just to see another day of play.
Yeah, well, today we've seen the audacity and the class of FaZe. The audacity shown in the veto, the fact that they were even willing to try and tussle Bad News Eagles on their permaban of Vertigo here.
And Robs was so cool in the interview. Just, you know, hey lads, you can't lose another game at the major if you want to get to the next stage of competition. He's like, yeah, well, it's best of 3s now, you know. We lost best of 1s, 2 best of 1s to 2 top 5 teams. I mean, you know, I understand the framing, and it makes sense. It's likely, you know, an embodiment or a representation of what that team talk consisted of and how they hyped themselves up for today.
Maybe they wanted to knock out better teams throughout the Swiss stage before they get to the playoffs, because it could be a real gauntlet that they are going to run to get themselves to those playoffs.
Right, it's weird right now here at Rio. Some things go fishy is afoot in the sense that a lot of the big names, a lot of the front runners we would have expected are struggling.
If this continues in this direction here, we're going to have FaZe, Na'Vi, Liquid, and Vitality all in the 1-2 bucket.
That sounds crazy. So does that, actually. Rops is dead already. And Twists, he could be next on the naughty list. Synopsy, good for it. Okay, Eagles. Some resilience here. And some brilliance back from Rain. Onto Flatro's aggression. Pulls us straight back into a 3v3. That advantage evaporates. I say that. Synopsy's got something to say, as does GXX. Onto Brokey. AWP on AWP action. Carrigan not ready for Scenari. And Rain started off well onto Flatro, but it seems they know he was last seen. Could have slipped towards that jungle position, which is exactly what he's trying to do. Spots the elbow, and it's GXX that will close things off. A nice double on the AWP.
Well, the question is, are the likes of Synopsy and Flatro buying enough time for Rigon to get activated here? He's the third prong of this team as far as the star names go. He has flashy aim. He loves the aggression. You see him getting fired up. But right here, right now, he is being kept under the thumb. FaZe have done a good job of containing him. And they have this 5-round lead still under their belt. All it's going to take is a crack, a crumble, and the Bad News Eagles are done for them. They're the ones who have to battle back into things. And we said 4 or 5 rounds in that first half. Is it going to be enough? Well, at the moment, it doesn't look that way.
I like the aggression, though, even with so much riding on your next move. Flatro willing to contest convention. Aggression. Oh, trouble. No. Trade. Rain at least pulls one back, but he does hit that headshot. Takes Twist out of the equation. Brokey's missing 2.
They just keep walking into these fights. That's Rigon, the man we just mentioned, right? Giving opportunities to get back into things. Well, he allows FaZe to get back into this one. A 3-on-3 now, with the deadly names Rops, Rain, and Carrigan still surviving. If they regroup, grab that bomb, we've already seen how they work when they exploded towards the site.
Very interested to see how Rain draws the line in the sand. Does he really want it to try for trouble? That is a problem. GXX hits it on the jiggling Norwegian. Scenario responsible for this passive. I don't know if he's going to be able to do too much. Still has vision. Smoke towards connector, so he can hold this tight line. A high flash to imply CT. Gives it up. We'd rather play the numbers advantage. You can see Synopsis about to borrow the flank, the one that worked so well for Rops. Does he consider it? Carrigan planting. Oh, shoes knocked off. Could be in trouble. Does manage to get the digits punched, but here comes Scenari. Here comes Synopsis, and no one is ready. A beautiful two-man spray, and the Eagles will extend play with a 10th round of their own.
Okay.
Synopsis, he's having a real coming-out party. He's been fragging up a storm across the series. He was big on Vertigo, delivering now on Mirage, and he is, yeah, like you say, he's keeping the water warm if Rigon does manage to step it up when they need him most.
I want to correct myself here, Alex. I said Liquid. I misspoke. They're currently 2-1. They actually picked up wins over Na'Vi and Sprout.
Yeah.
That Na'Vi game was the one that was on Angel a little bit earlier today. That was the one that put Na'Vi in the position of being 1-2. So I apologize to everybody who feels I've done them wrong.
But yeah, Vitality, FaZe, Na'Vi, all with 2 losses already. Day 1 of the Legend stage. That's just kooky.
Yeah, well,
that's bizarre.
It's getting out of control, but this is the thing. It's the major. Anything can happen. All we have to do is catch lightning in a bottle. Just look at Furia. Right, this is a team I know in back-to-back majors have been able to make it to that playoff stage, but the type of Counter-Strike they've been playing in the lead-up to this, there's been question marks on home soil. Finally, finding the pep in the step and the timeout taken, the buy back in.
Coaches, this is your chance. Just any last words of wisdom to get these boys equipped for a very high-stakes game of Counter-Strike. FaZe, they need 2 rounds. 2 rounds to extend play for another day. Eagles, the same. Carrigan with a call. He's completely abandoned the first letter of the alphabet.
Fully rig on here, mate.
Yeah, I guess you might be onto something. Rain housekeeping. Twist's aware that they do like a touch of aggression, clearing out his underpass. This can feel like a lot of different things. Look at that T-smoke. Should enable Rain to split and slip the gap. Flatro looking for answers and gets a face full of lead instead. Rigon on short side. Synopsis on site. Head on a swivel. He's got a lot to contend with here. Brokey has the bomb on his back.
They've hit pause right now.
Yeah, interesting to see who's going to make the next move.
Dobro, sić, idem, ostav mi tu.
Sometimes he does get a misread. Finds a safe angle. And they know they've lost a lot of territory. You can see look how passive GXX is right now. He's just looking at that potential for the window cross.
Yeah, this is a very conservative play from BNE right now. They've given up all that space, as you've mentioned. They're somewhat flying in the darkness here, so they're going to have to use their Spidey senses. 45 seconds on the clock. Still nothing. Nobody giving an inch on either side.
Well, it's going to have to be FaZe the blink first. And that bomb's still committed. Here they come. Rigon pays off. A big bang. A second would have been nice. Still though, Brokey, the unknown entity. Synopsis can dance around the site. As can Brokey, heard and still hits the shot. Synopsis going to be kicking himself. That bomb faked out, both in market. Late flank out of Twist. They're not looking. Still though, would love him to survive. Brokey extends play. Caught on the jump is Scenari. GXX got a lot to do, but only 13 seconds. They need the frag. He gets one, and it's not done. Twist saves them. 3 kills out of the Van Dolkin. And just like that, we find 15-5. Opportunities in front of FaZe to extend play, to survive.
This kid's name is Impact. Right? Yeah. His name has to be Impact. The amount of rounds of a Twist that are just the difference makers. Oh, and that no-scope right there. Again. They jumped on each other's head. If they hadn't pulled that maneuver off, if they had landed behind one another, it was likely to be a double.
Oh my god, Chad, I hadn't even considered that. You're right. They are all heading towards the rather quick engagement here. Scenari, Flatro, both available. They have to establish crossfires because smokes, molotovs, flashes, a barrage of utility into the A site. And for Scenari, surely utility, only one. Better than none. Through towards jungle side. FaZe, 4 frags away. BNE. In desperate need of the same. As they need to be perfect. Synopsis, that's exactly that. Another impactful double. Brokey was distracted on the plant, and a quick one out of the dig from Rigon. Will pass the first test of the many that come.
4 more of those.
Yeah, and you know what? Recovering that second AWP might be exciting for them as well. Not only to nurture the funds, but also to perhaps have an element of surprise, or rather positional freedom. Can put Rig on, or who else is going to be applying their trade on the second?
You know, right now, it's the question of what type of buy do they think is on the other side of the server, as opposed to where did they want to put the AWP, right? Because first you have to identify what you're going to be up against. If you think it's going to be something a bit more pistol-y and poppy and not a full buy, then you need to make sure that the AWP is not alone on a site here. It needs support of a rifle, and it will fall into the hands of Rigon, who...
Oops. Not ideal when against these quick and poppy SMGs, or rather
this is a B
Tech
split.
9s, and they are quick. Missed shot, or rather just a wing clip. Still Twists alive. Rain the same as he hits one on the drive-by. What problem now for Rigon? On a light buy, FaZe should have no voice in this round, but already an imposing presence, relieved by Synopsy, continuing to be the hero that Bad News Eagles need in their most dire straits. Down to 17. GXX still alive and kicking. The frags do come through despite the great shot out of Rain. That's all FaZe have in round 27. And Scenari will finish it. Nice, neat, tidy. 2 of their 5 tests passed, and they do opt for a secondary AWP to be maintained.
Again, and that's what I was saying. I don't think they were expecting that to just be a pistol buy, right? Because you would have had 2 players towards the site in that type of a situation. The fact that both AWPs started mid is telling they were expecting a bit more of a default spread, but that fast B split, and again, it's Synopsy who saves them. In back-to-back pressure rounds, multi-kills to keep them in it. It's 3 rounds. That's what Bad News Eagles need, and FaZe, they just have to break through with one of their own.
They just cannot give up. Every decision you make could be the one that costs you. Could be the one that saves you. Rain across, catching nades. A little bit of chip damage inflicted.
If this is an A execute here out of FaZe, which is looking somewhat likely with how they're postured, it might be a double AWP retake on the A site. And Scenario, the timing against him. Brokey's found him.
Oh, that's a nasty death. He has to watch now as his team look to hold on, keep their talons in the major. Trying to clutch onto a 4v5, and the A site starting to look lost. They will be able to perhaps get that bomb down. Rigon as well has managed to level the odds. Catches Twists. We've discussed him. He's been saving it for FaZe, and GXX misses out on the chance. Rops doesn't seem to care. Rigon again, heavy impact on this secondary AWP. Slipping through is Robs, but the frags keep coming for the Eagles. Perfect in recovery. And there's another. Continuing to pass their test. They will not give up. They will not surrender.
Rigon with impact there on that secondary AWP gets 3 kills in total, 2 of them with the big green, 1 with the pistol, and that'll deny FaZe after the opening kill. That avenue that was brought to them with the death onto Scenario, you think that's enough to get into the site. Sure, the bomb goes down, but they're just happy to sit and wait this one out, find the kills as they come in their favor, and get this defused. Synopsy again chasing down 30, and the move's still high. Flatro, the smile on the face. They could have bought into this, FaZe. They've gone a half buy again here. They were close before. Let's try again.
Hedging their bets. Most opportunities to find this final round. The elusive 16th.
B execute.
Could be Pacey, could be Poppy. Rigon is in support. He's great in the previous. Twist already cut down to size.
GXX is here as well. There's 3 players on B.
They've got a great read of the situation. The smoke will confirm their suspicions. Well-placed nade. The limit options. Jumping into the site. The water falling through and smashed away. The frag again comes through for the Eagles. This will be determined in the final round of play. It's locked in unless Rops does the impossible. The full 30 rounds in our 3rd map here. An elimination series between the world #1 and the team representing themselves. FaZe Clan, an org that's existed for 12 years, BNE, an organization founded after Antwerp. It really doesn't get much more of a contrast than that.
I think the hopes and dreams of a lot of people at home, and they watch this Bad News Eagles team, this is bringing the purity back to Counter-Strike where it all began, the way that it was 20 years ago. It was a bunch of guys playing Counter-Strike together, doing their absolute best to compete against whoever they could to show that they were the best.
Yeah, and meeting up with the bros you've made over years of online play together, face to face. Bullet to the face, there you go. We do go the distance, 30 rounds. Even the referee smiling at the passion they're showing as they do not surrender. They do not give up. 5 rounds was the task presented to FaZe, and they have fallen in the first 4.
And this is the key right here. This type of a buy, FaZe could have had AKs with light util, but they opted to go for a half investment, which meant that they could be somewhat threatening as we saw, but now all the goodies, everything that they could possibly hope for, AKs across the board, full bags of util, and this is the call that Carrigan, the in-game leader, the mastermind, has to put his pieces in the right places. And the bomb, it's over towards A right now. The other 3, Twist, Rain, and Carrigan.
He's hoping to force an over-rotation. He wants to confuse them.
Or is it going to be a split? I'm not sure what the option is here.
A utility already. Forces Flatro through. 3 now stacked on A.
Oh, he's expecting them to over-rotate in this pressure environment.
Yeah, he's trying to find a gap.
It's worked. Look at all the space they've just given up on A.
It's working. Rain and Twists will clear through middle. No resistance due to the early presence.
But look at all the utility they use just to draw the rotation. They have the space, sure, but what do you execute with late? And Synopsy on the step, he's going to grab himself 30 kills.
Brilliant, but still traded. It will not be the Synopsy show anymore. That one's been cancelled by Rain. Still a 4-on-4, a battle for everything, for all the marbles, for survival. Flatro, resistant, damage inflicted. Rain, limping, does need to recede and hold on to his life. He gets away with it. Carrigan, next stage of the plan. Big phase. Oh, and Robs, he lets it go. He slips up on the frag. There was 2 CT. He screams, he decrees. We do see the molly to stop the recross. Scenari. Options limited. A nice flashbang to as well to facilitate. Drops the bomb. Brokey knows he has to be the hero. Take the space. Get across. Rigon denies. Overtime looms as it does look like this Eagle wall has remained vigilant. 5 rounds in a row. Rain 10 HP. There's no way. There is absolutely nothing he can do because the Eagles keep us in overtime. 30 rounds insufficient in separating FaZe and BNE. The loser of this Mirage game will be eliminated from the Rio 2022 Major. FaZe defending Major champions up against Bad News Eagles, who made their splash at that same Major. Now, the way it works here, MR3, 10K.
And the plucky underdogs, mate. The plucky underdogs.
Bro, they just did it 5 rounds in a row.
11-4, 11-4. We set the bar early. Right now, this CT meta, whatever is in the water here in Rio, these comebacks, consistent. And the double AWPs, not
out of ideas. Neither team out of ideas. Charging in. Big find out of Sceneri. Needs more. Nade will be thrown, and GXX has the opportunity. Hits it straight through on the bricks. Huge impact from the Eagles early. Sceneri finds 2 of his 14 frags at the start of overtime. Romps can arrive. Brokey 2. Odd stacked against them. Flatrode as well. Unknown, unchecked in Palace. Romps, though, Counter-Strike royalty. Flatro should have his crawl. GXX anticipating it too. If he can find GXX, Brokey can move. Has to be perfect. Just like that. Still takes 1 to the leg. Brokey down as well to 13 HP. They do not have the health to win this round. Not even considering Palace. Look at the restraint on Flatro. He wants to make sure this is a win, and he'll do so with a frag like that. First of their defensive half. Secure. And for Eagles, I mean, what do we set? Just smash through 3 rounds and then 1 of your T rounds.
Yeah, who knows, right? Who knows how this is going to unfold now? I think the biggest conversation is the individuals who should feel more secure in an environment like this are the players on your screen right there.
Hell yeah.
These are the individuals who have the pedigree, right? You can talk about Carrigan, you can talk about Rain. Well, let's not forget about Twists, where he came from in the Liquid days. Sure, Brokey, sure, Rops. Well, actually, Rops as well. That conversation, experience outweighs on one side of the server to the other. But Bad News Eagles are still taking this fight and in towards the underpass with aggression again. They look like they're playing with confidence.
This Cinderella story has more twists and turns. Speak the devil, Twists finds the head.
This time more of a default spread, right? Not going to be that quick car crash in towards the site. And we've had rounds like this before. Carrigan's done a good job of pulling them around the map.
Carrigan wants a T round. You do not want to be coming into a defensive half with no margin for error. All too familiar territory for FaZe, but a T round really does feel like a necessary component of an overtime victory. Synopsy has hit that 30, and he's looking for 31. Spots out Rain. Ooh, okay, cancel plans. Does look to reposition. Well aware of his vulnerability for that underpass crawl.
Yeah, Rain has to be on high alert here as well, so he's just going to continue jiggling back towards that doorway. Brokey's come back, scooped up the bomb. I remember we spoke about bullying Rigon over towards the B site. Well, he's found some form late, up to 17 kills. Last time we checked in, it was about 10. Couldn't have come at a more timely fashion as Sceneri. This is a gamble stack. He's over towards the B-bomb site with Rigon as well. There are 3 players who can contribute quite quickly here. Bad News Eagles can stop them at the gate.
Oh my god, they're in the right place. Now, just need to put their bullets the same on the cross. Carrigan doesn't fall to Rigon. Flustered now. Eliminated as well on the drop is Rain. Down is Sceneri, another double. Back-to-back rounds of OT. He has found his form, found his footing. The round, though, not done yet. Brokey still posted an apps with the bomb on his back. He cannot go down. Cannot afford to. Synopsy's kind of trapped with Rops as well. It'll not be one established as Brokey wins his. And Rops will take it too. FaZe hold their nerve for a round in this 3-round T side.
And as the bookends right there, Rops close to the screen, Brokey down the tail end. They had 2 back-to-back rounds where they had an opportunity to try and clutch it out for FaZe, and this time they do succeed.
God, still hanging on by a thread. This is Twist's opening. They got caught out by this before. You know, Flatro managed to get an even trade last time he tried it. Don't think he'll be trying it again in the final round of this defensive overtime.
And there's no easy games here at the Major, mate.
I say that as he does once again head to the window. We are back into the round. And burning down was Rain. Safe and sound. Brokey in support. Synopsy doesn't see the barrel, just the tap poking out.
Has a good idea. He has a very good idea that...
He has an incendiary. Could flush Rain out, but it's not an ideal scenario without support. Now, Synopsy could call upon Flatro. Dead silent. You can see mouths are moving, Rain talking it out. How do we get ourselves into the site? The second T round could be the first nail in that Eagle coffin. Oh, that was the duel. Confirms their suspicions. A nade right on the nose. Could be the end of Rain. 2 HP to spare. Another for the finish. Loud though. Twist. No, Synopsy is just about over. And a quick snap to the head. Synopsy now dead. Scenario falls as well through the ramp. Fine. They are going to charge through. Looks like A will be the target of their desires.
Chasing Tails right now. They were trying to look for Twists in mid to try and remove him. So now it's going to walk in towards this A side. GXX AWP on the cross has to stop them.
Okay, cross and in. GXX. Could be his turn to revel in the intensity. Rigon up, over,
Whoa.
Shatters 2 with a spray. Flatro there for the finish. It is only Twist, last seen in mid, 2 to find. And only 20 seconds to do so. There's no way he's staring at smokes. He has to disrespect them. And they're playing it smart, they're playing it safe. Twist with just 10 seconds. He can't even win with the bomb plant at this point. And dead. Rigon, another impactful round. Rigon coming alive for the Eagles in order to weather this defensive storm. A 2-1 split. Happy with that. FaZe will now have to take to the attack. This is the defense from Rigon. Look at this. Beautiful double. Just goes up and over. Doesn't want to let them establish or get that bomb down. And Rigon finishes with the triple. So sides will be swapped. It's the Eagles' turn to attack. Brokey, deliberate or not, that's the question, as he does find himself towards the early underpass. Synopsy was investigating.
Oh, the timing. Brokey comes back, he walks into it!
Dead man, dead AWP. Opening for the Eagles, could be 418. Rops, looking for 30. Synopsy, cut out of the round, needs to fall away. Play the advantage, hold on to what you have. It's a 4-on-4, bomb leaning A. Rigon, walking in, unannounced. Unattended. Robs unprepared. Rigon back into A site. FaZe in a tailspin. They need to find a way back into this A site because already the smokes are dropping. Carrigan trying to find through the what? Is that from Rigon? Just a slither on the gap of the smoke. Enables another frag. We're looking like it could be 18. No. FaZe could once again be on the ropes. Unless Rigon doesn't find Rain. Another frag for Rigon. Back-to-back triples in order to try and knock out the world #1 from the major in 16th place. That must feel good. They believe. They are plugged into the matrix and they're starting to believe that FaZe Clan now have 2 opportunities just to fight to extend this game.
Oh dear, they're going to take a timeout here on the FaZe side of things. They are absolutely rattled. Absolutely rattled right now.
What is happening?
Bad News Eagles woke up today and they were given a gift. Vertigo is where they made their mark in this series. Made a believer out of everybody at home. This underdog side were given an opportunity to be in this by FaZe. They removed Ancient. They called the bluff. And guess what? Bad News Eagles shoved all in. Sure, Nuke, that was a blowout. That was all FaZe, but this is a best of 3, and now here on Mirage. This is Turf, where these Pug Stars coming together.
It's Mirage, Chad. Of course the Pug Stars are doing it. Again, it's the Eagles with the most sensational of underdog stories. This underdog has bared its teeth, and FaZe Clan whimper. 2 opportunities for the Eagles to knock FaZe Clan out of the Legend stage. Boosted up. GXX surveying, does fall off, spots aggression towards the ramp, needs to find lethality. Rops is poised and ready, and it seems they'll give it a second thought. Synopsy, a lone wolf, prowling into the connector position early, and Brokey receives him. Advantage FaZe, still can go either way. Flustered now. Every word they choose to communicate, every input they press.
FaZe have 3 on the site. They're reading the situation well. Again, we've seen this setup. Carrigan B, Twist in the power position of the vent room. Rops in sandwich. Rain over towards the big door, and Brokey at ticket. They can lock this one down. But all 4 of BNE are coming.
Rops has to extinguish. Trapped on sandwich. Rain, the turret. Has to be the difference maker. GXX hits it through the smoke. Rob's down. Level round. Rain needs multi-kill, and Flatro is low. Looking to tuck in for the reload. Support of Brokey. It's there. Brokey hitting his AWP shots now. High impact. 3 kills from FaZe's AWPer. The Latvian delivers. Flatro falters, and we will see the final round of our first OT.
Okay, 17-18. FaZe have to secure this one for us to go again. Bad News Eagles get one more opportunity, and they had to work hard just to get here. They put themselves in the driver's seat of this one.
One good call, one good shot. It could be curtains for FaZe.
Oh, the road to Rio, that was hard enough. Round after round, just to get to this point. It was an absolute onslaught. 181 rounds across 5 maps. That's an average of 36.2 rounds for FaZe just to get to the major. Now they're 0-2 in the boost. GXX, he spots the shot. A little bit of a wobble there.
Okay, careful, Twist. Your life so valuable in a round like this. Everything to play for. Rigon starting to worm and maneuver into the setup. It's a 3-man setup at that, so Twists. This is his part of the map that he's responsible for. As Window Smoke arrives, expect Rigon and Saneri to start to get a wriggle on. Here they come. Oh! Jumps in, still hits the headshot. It's Brokey onto GXX. FaZe have found the multi-kill required. Synopsy and Flatro, though, two of the best players on the Eagles squad. Now only one. It seems that FaZe may have done enough, at least to extend play. Certainly not for survival.
Oh no. Use your screen. Pardon.
And he won.
Yeah, why not? Go back to Old Faithful. Push, push, and push again. We'll see what he can do, marshaling his troops on the offensive side. Fast-paced. He's the first one out. He's the first one clearing things. Dropping down the vents. Here we go. And they're already making their way to the lower bomb site. It's Keto who's going to be first on the scene.
Look at him stomping the path into the bomb site. He's opening it all up, and they can't. He's just jumping. They can't hit him. Oh, the USB shots miss, and that's going to give them a bomb plant. No smokes, no Molotovs, just hard to hit figures.
Yeah, but they only have 3 players down here at the moment. There's 2 players from Furia up in lobby still looking to cut off anyone flanking, and it's not coming. They're going to have to come down late and go attack ramp room late in the round.
Oh, it's going to be a very, very hard retake as well with 2 people on the upside. Tamsin with a headshot, taking 1, drop in return, and low health on Keto. He's going to get chewed up as an art, hiding at the back of the bomb site. They don't know about it. I don't think they're going to check it. I mean, if they would have done it already. They're on it, but Art sneaking out. The headshot comes through, and Searson, he goes down. Furia, they pick up the second half pistol. It's a great start.
All credit to Drop. Those 2 kills in ramp room alleviated a lot of the pressure on a relatively...
Ringo, hoće završiti se ovo.
From Robs, he really has been let off the leash, and Saneri feels the wrath of Robs. Rain damage onto Rigon, still alive and kicking. Grouped up behind the smoke, out from Flatro. Does lose out on the life, and now problems for this T side. 3 is all they have to boast. They will do some parkour to try and find the back line. Brokey posted, elevated. We'll post another frag. And yeah, this one peters out. Robs, though, I mean, seriously, this one peters out with so much. Robs, though, I mean, Seiki's still pulling out this new look, this new face. Aggression through the ramp position. Does get the flank onto Scenario that starts this house of cards to tumble down. 30 seconds. Rigon doesn't really have the health, and he can't find it.
Šta ja uradi? Jebim se u usta. Da ovo pregledam sam nastavim.
And I said 181 rounds across 5 maps, 36.2 rounds per map. That means they were averaging more than 1 OT per map at the road to Rio. And it was a difficult task, but they still managed to get the 3-0. That is job done. That is business, exactly how you'd want it to unfold. This is a whole different kettle of fish. This is 0-2, the reverse sweep in the Swiss just to get to the playoffs. And here they're being pushed just to stay alive. The push into Flatro, he delivers. Rops, no more aggression for you.
Brokey, oh no! Flatro's got him! Charging in, Rain caught unawares as well as the Eagles will look to lock in their first T round of this 3-round attack. Only one back. Carrigan tries to be the hero for FaZe. The swallows the nade, gets away, double kill to try and right the ship. He's with Twists.
Synopsy should have this round sorted. They've made it seem interesting for a moment. Twist seems aware that this flank is a possibility. It's actually planned to default, so Synopsy has to get a move on if the retake continues.
Good, and strafes out into GXX, a quick spray to secure the 19. To post around on the attack, to stop that lockout of the defense. FaZe will soon find themselves in the same shoes, and oh, Synopsy, you're having too much fun, mate. Pulling out the knife in an overtime game for your major life. Madness. That would have been insane. That would have been on par with Config doing it on overpass. That right there, look, I get it. I get it. You're feeling yourself.
But that is almost insanity here, and so is this.
Can we talk about the second one? The fact that, sure, you've got Robs, amazing, but you're not even accounting for an AWPer posted up on the swing through. Flatro with 3, and now the Eagles with 19. This game just keeps on delivering. Is there really more?
We've got the space, they're looking for a mid again. Flatro tucked into tap. In no rush of the Eagles.
Understandably so. You've been given another 90 seconds. You're going to use as many as you can to edge closer to these fights.
But look at the respect. I was going to say that they've bought. It's that they've earned. Bad News Eagles have forced FaZe into a default, very passive hold. Twist being the furthest forward during all of this. Rops looking for some form of a gap. Rain and Brokey batting down the hatches on A. Carrigan towards B. There's the fight. Rops will find the first, but GXX with an immediate trade, 1-for-1.
They regroup. This default spread.
Rain's pushing now. He's the next to takes the aggression.
We'll get some answers.
It frees up Brokey here. Can either stay in the side or float if required over towards B. Look at the silently up catwalk into Twist.
Brother Twist with everything to do! Synopsy cannot be tamed! That's insane on the cross. Carrigan could perhaps do something. They're aware. And Synopsy, another on the floor. Stunning work from this hero for BNE. Down goes Brokey. And 2 rounds the haul on the T side.
Continuing to push the friendship here, aren't the Bad News Eagles?
This is the power of friendship, Chad. This is something straight out of the Saturday morning cartoons.
They continue just to push FaZe here, round after round. They were in the driver's seat, FaZe. They had the game in the palm of their hands to close in regulation, and they could not get it done. And now we're in overtime. The script is being flipped. Bad News Eagles, they're the ones who are writing history right here, right now. We do have a quick little tech timeout. We have to make sure this is sorted before we can get back underway. Just a little bit of a headset issue for Flatro here.
Hydrate, stretch, hand warmer, adjust the headset, keep the chair back straight. Anything you can do to ensure that you are at your best for the very limited amount of rounds left in this elimination game. Contemplation, potentially a timeout to be called off the back of the tech. If you've got anything to say, Rob, and now would be the time, of course, as we continue through overtime. You really do tend to see chaos ensue. Once the strapbook's been exhausted, once you've shown all the faces you can show, and you can't start jumping towards the potential. You can't start looking into the future of how it's going to feel or what it's going to be like to be packing your bag early after the second day of play of the Legends stage. You have to stay in the present. But the bar's been set high after this OT. This is our second. Dead even on the first. Now the Eagles have laid down the law. 2 of 3. FaZe have to best it or match it if they want to stay here in Rio.
Double where we go, yeah. For Rig on late.
Yeah, but if you lose both of them...
You're right, it's a very costly investment here. GXX with the moves, he's up. He's over.
He's nearly chased down. He evades the immediate frag. Flatro could be caught out here as Carrigan is through ahead of the flash. They pass, and now Flatro has bet Carrigan's AK. The in-game leader, leading by example. Quick on the push through. Rigon caught out as well. Carrigan pulls FaZe into a potential for a very first T round, and he's got another as well. Finn Anderson not done. Not done. Synopsy is, and it is only GXX. They can go into B. It's unguarded. Carrigan won't finish it just there. Too busy making sure all the strings were pulled.
But you're right, those double AWPs, they're already chasing. They're on hot pursuit. Robs is in spawn. Twist jumped out towards mid. Rain's already headed towards T-spawn. Where is GXX meant to save? He took this damage so early in the round. I don't think he's walking away with this.
That's probably what Carrigan was screaming. Rigon had an AWP. He killed one, saw it on the floor, and then GXX the last standing. They are well aware that these boys in 10K MR3 went for the double AWP setup.
Oh, almost ships in the night here. Rain is coming back to address this and sees the barrel, removes it from play. 2020 all tied up. Hindsight for Eagles now, that double AWP setup. It's going to be extremely costly if they cannot convert here. FaZe have put themselves in a powerful position to close this in double OT.
I mean, they can just do it on this half alone. Carrigan, I mean, what a time to find a triple T-side opening. This third frag just sealing the deal. Saneri flustered and straight-faced, straight-laced Carrigan has secured a 20th. Quick out. Oh, just by the hip. Still flat throw a problem. Finds his 30th. Carrigan, cancel. Rain. Gonna follow suit as it's Synopsy going wide for it. Still a gap. Not for long. Rigon closes it immediately. Catches one from the AWP. A 2 versus 5 though. Stacked against them. Brokey and Robs though the sharpest tools in the face. Shed left now onto the AWP. And he goes peeking. Goes wide. Goes hunting. He may not be expecting this. Foul. Missed shot. That's the end. As Flatro recovers it, 21 secure, and so this round now with everything at stake.
FaZe Clan, they came here to the IEM Rio Major with one goal, to win back-to-back the Intel Grand Slam, to book themselves as the most successful calendar year in any Counter-Strike team's history. And they are just one more round away again from being eliminated in last place of the Legend stage.
They've done it. They did it once on Mirage already. A single round of Counter-Strike. Yeah, I'd take a timeout too.
The fact that they have timeouts left this deep in the game, you're not holding on to these for this level of distance. Teams have normally exhausted this before you even get to overtime.
Just brothers in arms, united in a common goal, pursuing the dream and now looking to shatter the dreams of domination for FaZe Clan.
And now they get to do it on the CT side, where both of these teams have done their absolute best work throughout this jaunt on Mirage. 11-4 halves either way, and Bad News Eagles haven't stopped believing. Is this the uppercut? Is this the knockout blow?
Certainly could be. Rain going into the motions, up to mid. Slight sacrifice for Synopsy. He's been such a hero, but because of the double orbs, operating with just the Deagle, 4 stacked A early. And I mean, making this call, making this choice, how do you finish a must-win T round? Bad News Eagles so close to breaking the hearts simultaneously of legends of the game.
Twist is in towards B. He's found a big gap, has to hit the shot, and does. Rigon's down.
Yeah, double dink both ways. Twist gun just better. Flatro considering the options. Does he move? Does he not? Rain doesn't necessarily need to take the fight just yet. Synopsy aggressive, looking for answers on towards B. That was perhaps heard. Twist is on short side.
Maybe not.
No. Brokey looking. Bomb lost. No. FaZe Clan need a hero, and Twist might just be that man. No, they might check him. Spotted out. Saneri reacts. Oh no, it's only Carrigan. Is this really happening? FaZe Clan demanding a 1v4 from Carrigan or they're out. Escorted off the premises in last place at the Legend stage. A quick tap, but Carrigan 10 HP, 2 to find. This can't be real. A slow start, but a more painful finish. Carrigan 2 to find, and they're out. Unbelievable! Bad News Eagles are the bearers of bad news for FaZe. On the second day, they're escorted out of Rio.
Šta sam vam rekao, ljudi?
Oh my god!
Absolutely crushed the FaZe. But forget what you heard, this is what you're hearing. Bad News Eagles eliminate the world #1. Last place in the Legend stage, going home early. No back-to-back major, no Intel Grand Slam.
I'm a big lad.
That is a shocking piece of news for the day.
I'm going to defend FaZe here because
do your best, Jason.
Envy had an equally bad placing after winning Cluj-Napoca. They got knocked out in last place back at MLG Columbus 2016. So they're not alone.
All right.
They're not alone.
I like that. Piece of history. I appreciate it, Jason.
I got you. Sorry to Envy.
You had that ready research from home. 13-8. We're in the 22nd round. And unlike for FaZe, everything is still on the line for these two teams. So much to win right here tonight. Safe is going to be taking a kill. They only have pistol. They try and rush through, but Yuri had already got him behind them. And that is an easy win for Furia. 14-8.
Yuri is up to 25 kills in this game. From start to finish, he had the quad kill clutch in the pistol round. He has been the driving force for Furia.
Jebolite pucanje.
That's easy.
Boom. They even had the HE down in front. Everything converging on that point. 2 more rounds. Money's looking questionable on the side of Big, but at least they have that AWP. And we sort of were hinting, you know, teasing it a little bit. Searson with the AWP out in the yard. Oh, he's going to get Keserato through. All right. That's something. Nearly killing himself, but he actually got the weapon out in time, taking down Tabson. He should have been dead. He was trying to make that jump. He wanted to punish Searson. He just didn't know Tabson was going to be there, and he also didn't care.
Oh, you know, he's going to keep pushing forward as well. Good find from Searson, can back away. Keeps his team in an advantage situation, but Art is the player who can turn this round on its head. Art can destroy everything that Big is trying to pull off.
Yeah, he's a couple of footsteps away from that right now. They're trying to get the counter boost up. They want to see what's happening on Heaven, but Kido, he had better get the crosshair in the right position. He's looking for it. He's got the right idea, and he actually gets the shot. Well done on Kido. Good read on the side of Big, but they are absolutely not out of the wood yet here. It's going to be 2 versus 3. Under a minute now, and Drop and Safe looking to fight all the way to the end. Safe is going to be going down, and now Drop. Oh, that's a good shot. He has the bomb, and he's going to make the dive. This is a winnable round.
Oh, yeah, but Searson's going to be here quick. I don't think he can stop the cross, or can he? He's here. He's arrived. One chance at it, and he drills it. Pegs him to the wall. And that's 9 for Big. They stay alive, and they stay with a chance to win the map.
If that Searson is going to be here for the remainder of this map, that is a path to victory back for Big. That's a way that they can actually build themselves back in. This is unbelievable. I don't know how you survive that.
Yeah, I don't either. But it's all good. It's all good. That was a dangerous round. Good on Big to recover. Let's see how far they can bring it back. Auto shotgun back in the hands of Kido. It was 1 and done in the previous time. And again, look at the nades raining in from Big towards Door. They want to stop this play, but Furia is just so good at it. So good at busting into the upper bomb site. And now they know the position of Sin, and they're closing the distance.
Oh, what a crush onto the... You warned us. That is the big test, you said. Can they hold that A rush? And once again, it kind of crumbles. Also, that auto shotgun on top of the hut, it's fine if they walk out right underneath you, but when they swing that deep in the bomb site, it's a little bit more questionable. Wow, 15 on the side of Furia. Yuri 25, Art on 23.
And I mean, that's the thing. We saw Furia kind of test Secret early on. We saw them test towards Ramp Room early on in this half. And you think about it, 2 upper busts have just been so painful. 1 AK and P250s the first time around. Now this one here really, really hurts. Big's gonna have to rattle off 6 straight. And for the first chance, they're only gonna have the AWP.
Yeah, 1 AWP to try and fight with.
It's so difficult to stop. Like, I mean, if you think about it too, think about playing the CT side, think about playing that on Nuke. What more do you do if you're Big? You throw, what, 2 or 3 nades there, there's a smoke in the door, there's utility being chucked out, there's Molotovs to try and prevent the wide swing. You feel like you're doing so much, but Furia philosophically just does not care and pushes through all of it.
Electrifying. I have no doubt you guys can feel it at home. 25th round is coming up now. We've got a 15-9 lead in favor of Furia. And the crowd is behind them in a way that's hard to really explain. Furia just need 1 good opening in this round, and they will absolutely crack on through. From us, 2 MP9s, 5-7, and that AWP on Searson that he saved in the previous round. They need 6 in a row to try and get this game into overtime. And Furia Almost setting up for it again, trying to be aggressive. They're going to find the opening. Wallbang shot from Art, taking down Tamsin through the smoke as well. That is a ridiculous way to get started.
Problem is now, look at the way that Fury just toys with them. They don't even actually commit to it. They throw the utility, they show the presence, they put the gunfire out towards Squeakdoor. Every indication, once again, and for Big, is that it's another upper bust, another upper attack, but they get the kill and they slow it down. And now you're scrambling to recover, scrambling to get into the right position.
Oh, this is rough. Sin doing what he could. Searson out there, is he going to be allowed to escape? They know where he is. They're going to be dropping down right behind him. Oh, there's the flick, and oh, Searson, he can't get it done. Great read, great use of the audio, and Sin, he is absolutely on an island as well.
Just
Safe will take him down. You're right, they are. They knew everything they needed to in this round. Crimbo on his own, 1 versus 3, and a quick bomb plant here. Furia. Convincing second half for them on the T side. They look so ready and so fired up, and there's nothing Crimbo can do. He's going to go down 16-9. Opening map goes to Furia.
Powered by Yuri, powered by Art, the big stars of the next generation of Brazil showed up. And they've got a 1-0 lead in the champion stage here in Rio is within sight. Off to a break, Desk is up next. And then we've got the completion of the series.
Oh yeah, nobody plays or AGL likes Art because he is a crazy guy. And in the team, I think I'm the only one, except with Gary, who discussed with him about tactics, because the other 3 guys just really like to play more safe, and I identify with Art mentality. So at the start it was hard, but now I'm becoming more comfortable and I can discuss with him and can come in a common accord.
That could be a problem for Stewie. Burning, he's got to get the pod.
Oh, he's a madman. We see the consistent aggression. Art with a third, and he's hungry for more. Oh, it's a collateral Zephyr and Leaf taken in one shot. Art is nuts.
beaten down on their map pick, no less. Furia continue to fuel their own furious fire, and now just one map away from the grandest of stages here in Rio for the IEM playoffs. Surely a dream for every single member of Furia on that stage, and literally everybody in that crowd as well. And what I loved about this particular map, we got to see some El Clasico Fury All-Star coming out.
Brits and using the word literally. We did see a guy with a big flag, Freya.
Sorry.
So not everyone is happy about it, but yes, probably 99.9% in the crowd are absolutely delirious right now because Furia won Big's map pick, right? You have to point that out as well. Getting off to a great start, and you can just tell the vibe is different compared to that Challenger stage game.
Yeah, vibe check looking very positive for Furia coming into things. Anything stand out for you, Alan? Because you were saying coming into this, you were maybe expecting Big to go with this as a maybe more comfortable pick from them?
I think they had other options. I think despite the scoreline, actually Big played a pretty good game. I mean, that first half was well called by Tabson and throwing a lot of different looks at that Furious side, but they just couldn't live with the ferocity of Furia in this game. They were angry, they were aggressive, they built up into the game, and once the crowd was behind them, they were pushing so many different directions that it just made it impossible for Big to play their own game. There were only a few mistakes, and we will break those rounds down in a minute, but Big played well, but Furia are here, and they're in playoff form right now.
Yeah, Furia also won both pistols, has to be said, right? Like, that helped them early on in some of the rounds, especially on that T side, right? And then Big, a little bit sloppy in some of the rounds, as we're going to touch on it, but Art, leading by example, I've been, you know, a critic of him as well at times, but on a stage like this where things do get a little bit chaotic, right, he can just take over in some of these rounds.
Well, we can see a beautiful Art highlight playing pretty early on here. Got a nice 4K with that one, Alan.
Yeah, so this was early on, so actually, as mentioned, Big were playing a great T-side at the start. They're calling a lot of good rounds and putting Fury out of position, and this round got them back into the game. This was an eco, saved them 4 Arc, gets aggressive towards Outer, gets a 4K, drops the bomb in towards Secret, and from here, he really builds into the half. He plays that out of position, probably the most impactful position in the game, and he was brilliant throughout that CT side. He got so many openings, disrupted so many defaults, so Art was the hero in this one. Might be a little inconsistent, but he showed up today.
Yeah, I love that we get to see him turning up in the fragging department, no less as well. I do want to flip it on over to that second half, though, Janko, because there were some pacey moments from Furia as well. That's what I like to see.
Pacey, and also rounds where they don't have a lot to work with, really. You know, it's half buys, it's maybe a saved gun, not a lot of utility. This is round 21. This is the first one they win after losing, you know, after converting the pistol and all of that early start. You can see like the players from Big are a bit flustered in the site. Are we going? Are we not going? Right in between, this is where it breaks down. We have some of that situational Counter-Strike, and Nuri, he was absolutely great on this map as well. Had a lot of important rounds, but this is really for Big, like, you start building momentum in the first half, then the Art round happens. In the second half, then this half-buy happens, and, you know, they manage to bounce back from it, but then again in round 24, the same thing happens, a bit more of a fast-paced upper hit from Furia, and Big just not really equipped to deal with it, can't weather that storm. We were talking in the pregame about Furia's aggression, how you need to be able to tame it, and Big wasn't able to do so.
I love how we heard from Art as well in that pre-game interview with James. He was saying, feels like Furia are very good at quelling the AWPers. Definitely didn't happen last time around at Vertigo, but this time, Sisson was pretty much absent during that game.
Yeah, of course. I mean, T-side start, it's always going to be difficult on a map like Nuke. But as Janko mentioned, especially on some of those rounds, I just feel like those are rounds that Furia can win, and I don't think Big can in this sort of matchup. Furia just have the more aggressive, the more explosive individuals, and they're just going to win some low-buy rounds. Give one of them an AK and get aggressive, they're going to find openings. So I feel like that was the difference in this one, and the pistol rounds as well. They were really dominant from Furia.
And, you know, coming into this game, Serato and Searson were the 2 highest-rated players for the Major, for this stage, and they were top 5 in the previous stage as well, right? And both had an okay game, right? Like, Big losing to both pistols in all those rounds. Searson stats are going to be lower, but one thing that Searson was the best at in this tournament is opening kills on both sides, and that's where he didn't find as many on Nuke. It's a difficult map to find those as well compared to some of the other ones, but also a testament to Furia and how cohesive they can play against hoppers.
Yeah, of course, this is a best-of-3 series, so still a chance for Big to be bouncing back into this one. Vertigo up next, though, the pick of Furia, and yeah, I mean, they did manage to take it last time around. We will see how that is playing out very shortly, but before we do that, man, we have had an incredible result going down on the B stream. FaZe eliminated from the major, dead last place in that legend stage. Current reigning major champions, no chance for them to be getting that into a Grand Slam here.
Yeah,
I'm lost for words.
Yeah, and as we can see on the graphic, this is the worst result ever for a defending major champion. Unthinkable at times on this Mirage. They were so far ahead, it felt like they're going to clear it out, get it to overtime against match point, and you're just waiting for FaZe to win that game, to streak it back actually to playoffs even, and they lost. I'm almost speechless that they've gone out this early.
Won as much games at this major as G2 did, but you know, I think people are obviously going to look back at the Vertigo float, right? And what happened on Vertigo, and I don't know, like it's going to be up to them to decide. You know, we don't know how their preparation went, how much they played the map, what was the thought process behind that. A lot of people would tell you, hey, do you really need to do it against Bad News Eagles? Like, your Ancient didn't look that bad if that's what you expected them to pick, but regardless, FaZe was supposed to win this game. They were supposed to close it out. They didn't manage to do so, and you know, my heart goes out to them. They must be feeling crushed right now.
Yeah, no, so many emotions going down in that game, undoubtedly. We do have a few words from Karrigan on how uncomfortable BNE were as a team to play against.
No, I mean, for us, it's trying to play against Bad News Eagles. Their style is a lot of heads-up duels, but we have to win those duels, right? We were the best team in the world coming into this tournament, and also today, but tomorrow not, obviously. And if we can't win our duels there, we have to play better as a team, and we didn't manage to do that. I think we had a huge lead on Mirage, obviously 14-9 or something like this, and let them get back into the game, and at that point it's a coin flip, and we didn't manage to win the 50-50 there.
All right, Karrigan, I'm really sad to see you being out, but I really appreciate the fact that you joined me here for the interview, so thank you very much.
No problem.
Yeah, props to Karrigan for giving a few words despite losing out there and coming in dead last here at the legend stage of the major. No chance for them to defend their major title coming into this, but perhaps a chance for Big to be bouncing back. Of course, this is a 3-map series. We're going into the second map. It's going to be Vertigo, and it's coming up after this.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
kills everybody. Another 3K. He's pressing forward. He'll find another. On for the ace. His second of the map.
It's at the right time. Brokey's all trying to deliver, but they're not ready for it. Brokey! A wolf in sheep's clothing. Serato, this could be the round. Oh my god! The wings of one. And Torsey very quick on the first, and very quick on the second. He did get dinged, but that doesn't stop it. He's not going to clear it. Torsey, can you believe it? An electronic advancing immediate exchanges. It's simple. He's had enough. He is going to get another for the fifth. A simple ace, folks, right into our fifth overtime first round.
If you play enough rounds, Simple's going to get one of those. That's going to happen eventually. So a massive round from him, and he's started.
I think my vibe, and when I'm playing, I really like to talk, and I really like to take the responsibility for some things, and sometimes the vibe's down, and I was like, let's go, guys, don't think about this. I don't care if we are losing 10-0, we can do 16-10, that's okay, let's go, boys. It's a hard thing to do, especially when you're eating. I think this is the best I can do for the team, and taking more responsibility and talking in the immediate rounds, that's fine.
Well, the Rio Central is on its feet as we are about ready to start map 2. You can see Big taking their seats on stage. They are down 0-1 in this qualification series in maps. We've got Vertigo up next. And Furia, the team that everyone expected to be the best in Brazil, is looking like they're rising to the task. One map away from the champion stage.
Oh, they have so much to fight for throughout this major. There's just no doubt about it. They are carrying the flag forward at the moment. Winning on Nuke is a big thing. So I'm excited to see them play on Vertigo. Of course, they're going to be starting on the T side here. So yeah. I think that's going to be real interesting.
Well, what's most interesting about it, right, is that this is. I mean, this is going to be a map that Furia actually kind of made their name on in the past as well. This is one of the maps that marked their rise, but also this is the map these two teams played against each other back in the Challenger stage. That was an overtime victory for Big, 19-16. That also included a massive comeback in regulation. Big had to win 7 straight on the CT side to force overtime to begin with. And both of the halves, this was a very defensive affair back in the Challenger stage. It was 12-3 for both teams on the CT side. So starting on the offensive side, a big task for Furia.
Well, here we go. We're ready. Furia pistol round is underway, and they're pretty quick in the middle and over on the A ramp. So it could be a lot of things to play with here. Tamsin up for the swing first, and he's going to miss that one. Safe will take him down, but Kido on a quick return. And now Yuri battling on his own. The bomb is running back already, so the longer that Yuri can stay alive, the better it is. He's out of bullets.
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, no. That has to be one of the most awkward interactions yet. Searson also running out of bullets. Yuri, he can't escape. Oh, what a mad way to start this.
He backed into the wall. Now they've taken over the B bomb site. They don't know about Sin just yet. He's given away his position. He's got shot in the face. He's got nowhere to go. No escape. Drop. Oh, he just exposed his head. And where do they go? This is Furia. They've got Big on a yo-yo string, bouncing in between the bomb sites.
I can't imagine how you call this round for Big. They must have no idea what's happening. They're quite far away from the A-bomb site. There will be a bomb plant, and here's what's even worse. There's not a single smoke in sight for Big, and that one Molotov on Art, he can go real far away. If he has the lineup, he can Molotov it. It's going to be very, very hard for Big to win this round now. Sticking around. He's a little bit close, always a little bit worrisome with the USPs out on the other side. And let's see, yeah, he's really fast with it. Does not want to waste that opportunity. They're both on the ramp, and actually Big are hunting them. They want to try and see if they can run them down. Serata gets one, and that's the kit. So now Searson has to double down, triple down on this. Trying to find out in the corner. He's going to get the kill.
There's no way there's time,
right? It is too late. I don't think so, no. Oh, he's right on it.
There's no way.
Oh,
not even close.
One more second, maybe he would have had it. That is so close.
Man.
But it will be Furia to pick it up.
Yeah,
oh my God. Imagine if Art swings for that fight down there a second and a half earlier. Searson wins the round.
Yeah, I mean, the decision to bail out in that 2v1 as well and just say, I'm going as far away as possible. I'm going to run as far as I possibly can. Good call from Art just to use the time. But even then, it is so close. Heartbreaking loss now on both maps to start them off. On Nuke as well.
Oh, man. Yeah,
lost
right.
to 4v2. Now here, I mean, Furia just plays him in this pistol round.
Yeah, the back and forth is really hard to deal with.
And stylistically, that's something to expect to see in the gun rounds as well. And that's one area on this map where Art's aggression can be really good. He's got no fear and kind of stepping up when he knows he's got his teammates pulling the defense between the bomb sites, of going to be the one to clear things out, of hitting a very awkward timing.
And this take that they have on that A ramp on the Furia side, they do it so well, and they just throw it out almost every round. Especially with Yuri crouching in that little corner. He's walking into it right now. It's really hard to flash him. Now you could boost over, right? That's one of the ways that you can get rid of him. And actually, I think Yanko was talking about this a little bit earlier on the desk. It's something to really look for on Vertigo.
Well,
they don't quite do the boost.
Yuri and Art working in tandem for A ramp. It was Drop and K-Serrato working in tandem towards the B stairs. Drop's going to deploy a one-way smoke over at B to try and keep attention in this direction, but it's not going to work. Crimbo, Keto, and Tapson all lining up for the defense here.
Look at Art sneaking in, but F57 takes the head over Art. It's a good beginning, but Yuri's still on the other side. They have to respect it, and pressure being applied now from the ramp side. Yuri's feeling really uncomfortable. K-Serrato here to help him out, and that might have been a really important piece of okay. Through the smoke, K-Serrato taking down Searson and Sin. He's going to get chewed up. That is quad kills coming out from K-Serrato.
It was the other star on Nuke. It was Yuri on Nuke to lead the way. We'll see if K-Serrato can have himself a game here. 6-1 to open up the map. And 2-0 for Furia.
Really, really important to have the other side of that attack come in to help out, because Yuri, you could tell he did not want to swing into that 5-7. Second round, back to pistols, obviously, on the side of Big. They can't really fight with anything else at the moment, but they do have a cool stack going on. A lot of people here. Got to be careful. Tabson, 2 kills with the USP. And now they can pick up the rifles. Now, good job on Fury, at least to sort of take map control on the other side. Going to get the bomb plant over there, you have to assume, but that's still pretty expensive.
Yeah, that might have been an unnecessary push. If there's actually defensive presence there playing it passively, maybe there's time to be bought for the rest of Big to rotate over. Still would have been unlikely. Good nade to clean up Tapson. And at this point, I think Crimbo might think about saving the Galil. Not the strongest weapon in the world, but obviously having a little bit of extra money in the bank in the early going to the CT side is extremely beneficial.
Did the other rifle out there just drop off the side of the building?
I think they, I think they Molotoved it. They dropped a Molotov on top so that Big couldn't recover the weapons. That'd be a great one to find at the end of the day, but obviously not going to happen. But Furia can't recover it either. Who cares? 3-0.
Yeah, but kind of a big deal that they managed to take away every rifle there at the end. Just no reason to let Big have a little bit of bonus at the start. Just let him fight for it. Searson going to be picking up the AWP. We're in the 4th round. And Big, like you said, last time, CT-sided affair, so...
It was 12-3 for Big on the CT side back in the Challenger stage.
But they should be feeling confident here. Aggression towards the middle. Art just not even afraid a little bit. That was Searson on the other side with the... He could have been dead already. Keto trying to take up the battle, but there's a lot of smoke in the way. He can't see a single thing in front of him. Looking for just the knee, but instead is safe. Good opening, and they boost on top of Searson. He couldn't see it. The scope was already up. Oh, wow, what a great start for Furia.
Yeah, what a nice return from Tapson, though, and he knows he's got to be a little bit aggressive. He's got to be assertive to try and bring this back plot back, and he has the right idea. Oh, he looks away. He looks away. Gun barrel's going to show. Easy kill for Yuri. Big is getting picked apart, and Crimbo's the next to step up to the plate.
See, yeah.
See the barrel.
Is a gun barrel. You're absolutely right, Crimbo. And now he's just parked here waiting. His teammate's going to be coming in from the other side, so they're looking for the opening. But he's going to have his back turned, and instead it works out the way that he gets baited into it. Sin low on bullets, and Yuri will drop him. Only 2 casualties in the side of Furia here, and they're in a very remarkable position. 4-0 in their favor, and the money is looking really dreadful for Big.
Furia, I just plays him here. Keto had to run out of the Molotovs. He was getting damaged. This boost up, Searson missed the timing for them to actually turn that corner. Tapson doesn't clear the angle all the way. And that's a big risk from Crimbo. You can understand why in what a 2v3, 2v4 situation, why he just wants to go for the player he knows. He's hoping and praying that that's just a player to prevent any kind of a push, to provide the plan B if needed for Furia, but there's way too many bodies.
Some HEs out early.
And in this kind of environment, you cannot let Furia start running away with the early game. This is going to get worse. You think it's hard now. Wait until they're rattling off 5, 6, 7 in a row.
Yeah, they're already an aggressive team. They're always going to keep the pressure on you, but with the crowd behind them and a string of victories, I think you're right. That's probably just going to get worse. 3-man stack at the B bomb site, leaving Kido alone over at the A side of the map. And slowly but surely, they're walking their way back. They feel so comfortable both taking and winning fights on either side of the map and just deciding what to go from there. I mean, it's not strategically doesn't have to be that deep, but it's super effective.
Oh yeah, absolutely, especially on a map like this that can be so big and so difficult to shift between the bomb sites. Another good kill from Art. He really came alive on Nuke as well to provide Yuri with some assistance, trying to use the smoke to get information as the sandbags Molotov clears out. And now this is exactly what you mentioned. 2 players moving into the B site quietly. Make that 3, excuse me. Drop's going to find the kill. And Art's already spotted another one over towards A. Spotted both of them, in fact. So Crimbo with a second kill to stay alive, and now it's an AK-47. That might be the only thing he can get away with, and not at all. Safe is there, and 5-0. Convincing 5-0.
Yeah, what did you say? 12-3 last time they played when Big were on the CT side. They got 12 rounds, so already a huge improvement for Furia. And when you're in this kind of position, you have to keep that going, because history kind of tells us that if Big could get into the game again, they could have a huge string around. So just don't let them up off the ground right now. Here we go. More pressure towards the B side of the map early on, taking the stairwells. And just keeping an eye on the ramp. They're not really pushing the A ramp at the same time. They're really focused on this. You see Juri, who's putting some shots through, making sure no one's there. Classic double nade at this point in time. No one to be found, but it's worth trying.
Look at this look. Well executed. Sin has no idea quite yet. Knows the possibility is there. Oh, spots the head. Drop, never looked left. Another Molotov comes out. Art challenging in middle around the smoke. Searson could be in trouble if he goes for the peek.
And good job on Sin to actually take the position that was just double naded, because that might be one of the last places they're going to look, or at least immediately. 4 on 5 now. And finally, a good start for Big.
Searson sees nobody, but he has the information. He saw the trajectory of the nades, and he's saying there was a player in middle. He fell back, safe with the kill. Brings it into a 4 on 4. Tapson's going to shift over. Searson shifts to the A bomb site, which forces Crimbo to take middle.
Yeah, look at it. They're rotating basically around Art is what it feels like.
40 seconds.
They are kind of low on health and low on grenades as well on that T side, so it'll be very tricky to find a way into a bomb site. Art started to take a couple of steps here. If he could pre-fire or just pre-aim this position, but it's very tricky with the sandbags.
He's going to wait. He's the lurker. The attack is going to come from the B bomb site, but there's a smoke down on stairs. That's going to make this difficult. I think that's what forces Art to make his play first. That smoke down, and now Sin has all the advantages in the world.
Yeah, 15 seconds on the clock. Going to be a Molotov to get into it. A lot of damage to begin with, but his backup is coming in pretty quickly. They get the kill on him, but there's only 8 seconds. They're running out of time, Furia. And they're going to commit to it now, but right through the smoke. Crimbo, that is the winning kill. And now they need to just chill out for a minute here and don't give too much away. Crimbo with a nice triple. Very, very little time in the round. Got kind of close, but they just couldn't recover the bomb.
Great round from Crimbo. The kill on Art in middle, who's just lurking it, that can be very, very deadly. Obviously, finding the planter inside the smoke, coming back in support as well towards the B site. It's a big stop the run at 5. This is the opening kill as Drop tries to hop up. And here's Crimbo's sequence. K Serrano has no other chance. He might have been able to take an extra second to get actually into the default plant, but I just didn't want to risk it.
Yeah, wanted to use that smoke. I think you're right, though. Maybe would have had an opportunity. Oh, wow.
This is fast.
They're going to be so quick with it. He might not even realize, indeed, Simpson. That was never on his mind. He's going to be going down, and now they're just continuing. So the same thing might happen. You can see Crimbo, he kind of flashed it, but because they're so fast to move up, it still feels like an off position. Going to continue the mayhem in the middle. And finally, he gets taken down by Sin. That MP9 doing a little bit of work, and it's back to a 2-on-3, but K Serrano scaled up into the bomb site. He's ready to take it, and the bomb is going to be following behind, and I can't believe the MP9 is doing this much damage. Eventually, it'll be brought low, all on Tabson in a 1 versus 3, and they're not going to be fighting fair either. blowing him up 6-1, and this is beautiful from Furia.
That is exactly how Furia is designed to work. The aggressive and assertive play from Art to move forward and take control of the map, grabbing kills all along the way, but having information for his teammates, letting them put the picture together of the map so they know exactly where the defense is rotating to and away from, which gives K Serato an easy step into the B bomb site. And a timeout from Big to try and cool down this arena, cool down their opposition.
They absolutely needed that right now. 6-1 in favor of the Brazilian side. This is really something. At the beginning, some of the opening days during the Challenger stage, we talked about how the crowd was almost intimidating even to the Brazilian teams. It felt like some of them were suffering under it. But Furia, they're powered up behind this. It's everything. It's the kind of Counter-Strike that they want to play.
Yeah, they were able to survive the kind of early going, getting used to playing in front of the crowd. I mean, they've got the most some of the more experienced players outside of, you know, the legends. Yeah. But even the legends are surrounded by inexperience.
Simpson, scout in play. They bought themselves some tickets in this round big, right? They could do something if they get the right opening shot.
Yeah, they've got a tag on safe early on, which is quite nice. If they find one or two more, those 5-7s can really chew them up. Good position from Art and Yuri, though. They're saying somebody eventually is going to come and jiggle this corner. Someone's going to walk right into my crosshair. Perfect. Perfect for Art. This team gets a whole new level of dangerous when Art is playing his game. And now Yuri steps up. Dinked, going to back away, but he's created the opportunity for his teammates to come up next and occupy the space. And they're taking advantage of it. What a deletion.
The way that he clears that, you're right. Patient at first, then goes back for the Molotov. He's going to hear the Molotov damage, so he knows that someone's at the corner, and then his teammates are wrapping in from the other side. Yeah, so much information, even if he only really sees the first person, but he definitely knew. You could tell from the way that he's moving in the second one. He knows someone is back there. Great stuff. 7-1 in their favor. Big back finally with another buy round. This has to work. If there's going to be a pivot point, if there's going to be a turnaround for Big, it has to be here.
And this is revenge for Furia, too. Keep in mind that from the Challenger stage, as we mentioned, and they well know this is a map, that was a map they probably wanted to have back. And this, their pick here in this series is to prove that they're the better team on Vertigo.
Tamsin hiding back there. He's got some backup as well. It's a good kill to begin with from Yuri, and he's going to find the headshot onto Kido as well. Trading 2 for 1. Sin doing the best that he can out here to try and bring it back, and it'll be a 3-on-3. But still, that is so dangerous. If you can't hold this A-ramp on the CT side, you're in a lot of trouble.
Especially against Furia. Especially against Furia. They're going to sense that weakness. They're going to go at that weakness. Searson, the only defender here. He's wrapped upon into the bomb site from Yuri. He's going to turn over. There's the shot. Safe hasn't been able to see anything just yet. That might funnel him into the AWP. Searson is playing a very dangerous game, and he's going to win it at the end. Second round for Big.
Oh, if he misstepped that one time, he would have been shot in the back. That's quite impressive. There's a lot of pressure on him like that. Second round for Big. They actually get to save some money. They keep some weapons alive. That is way better than what it could have been here. Very, very good chance that Searson just dies after that first kill.
Yeah. Good shot on a safe. 7-2. We're going to get a little tech pause.
Yeah, a little timeout for everyone to take a deep breath, maybe listen to the chants a little bit more. I feel like we need to find out at some point exactly, you know, what some of the pre-planned chants are.
There was a post on the subreddit today that explains like 4 or 5 of them.
Nice.
I mean, I can't tell which ones are which at the moment, so I can't really help you out.
We'll ask Peacemaker. We'll get some some inside information.
He'll know.
7-2, round number 10, and obviously winning the first map already on Nuke. Furia setting themselves up so nicely.
Obviously. Yeah, but
Duel, but was unable to convert it, and Lonks, he loves that. The 17-year-old. Mentioned it when we were casting the other day. I'm not sure everyone's tuned in for every single Sprout game, but this guy was on the list for Ents to be picked up as a replacement for that of Spinks. Couldn't get him out of the hands of Sprout, and well, the same can be said for Astralis, who wanted Stare to join the Danish ranks. Now, middle is where the fight's coming in this AWP for Slacks. Warning shot, and that means Cypher will fall.
Fights away. Fights his way. Digs his way. Out of trouble. More. Wow. To return to the angle.
Brave.
Very.
That is exactly what they're playing for right now. Huge gap. Furia back in the lead. I think the tech issue has been sorted out, so we're going to get back into the game. We're on Vertigo. And Furia still in the first half here. They're doing everything that they could have possibly wanted. Often willing to fight outside of the B-bomb site. Getting the ramp control, it seems like every time they wanted. And Big have had a lot of struggles trying to maintain anything defensively here. A couple of flashes going over. It's going to be enough to set up anything. Double set up aggressively for Big here.
All this hop on Searson though. Drop's got to be careful. Right into it. No way for him to have known. That's a good play from Big. 5 on 4. And the defense shifting. Tapson and Keto with reinforcements coming behind them are going to step forward into the fight, but it doesn't matter. Safe in case Serrano. There's one more. Tapson's given up his position, and Furia collapses onto the bomb site.
There were, what, 3 or 4 people here, and Furia were out in the open. I actually thought they were going to be in so much trouble. One good flash coming out from the Big side, and I think they would have been wrecked. Crimbo now, 1 versus 2. To try and see if he could get his team back on track. They need this round desperately. For Furia, it's just a little bit of a more lead. It's just more momentum in their way. But for Big, this is about saving this map.
Yeah, but this all happened so early. Look at this position that Furia's in. Hard to find. And Crimbo's going to wander right past him, thinking maybe it's to the B bomb site. The slow play from Furia after so much aggression.
Yeah. It's crazy. They just let him pass. I mean, obviously they didn't know, but effectively, that's what happened. Oh, he's going to be so shocked, Crimbo. He must be wondering. He might have thought they had just gone through middle. When he watches the demo later, he's going to think, my God.
Yeah, there's no way to know. It's the dangerous part of how aggressive and how fast-paced Furia can be at times. I mean, they're kind of, in that way, they're much like outsiders. These changes of pace, the slowdowns, the speed-ups. And Crimbo, 1v2. He's considering just grabbing the op and bailing out. That's exactly what he'll do. No kit, nothing to really fight for. And it's going to be 8-2 for Furia.
Yeah, there were a couple of kits down there, but I don't think it's worth it. You're just so far away by the time the bomb is planted. So unfortunately, probably the better choice is to just run away with it. 8-2, you're absolutely right. And things are looking so hot for Furia.
I think the crowd blew out a speaker. That's what I'm going to go with.
Why not?
That or aliens.
Oh, well, you know what I'm going with.
Look at this collapse. And I mean, it's hard too, because the timing is really unfortunate for Big with the man advantage. They're kind of caught in a transitional period as they're getting into new positions. They want to re-aggress. You can see Tapson and I believe that was Keto, just both of them getting caught, kind of trying to get, towards scaffolding to peer down that alley, and they just don't have the opportunity to get fully there.
Round number 11 is going to be coming up any moment, and some of the basics, I mean, I feel like we're still stuck in this discussion for Big right now about how do you control the A-ramp and how do you make sure that Furia don't have this space outside of the B-bomb side. You can't really do that. I mean, at the start of this previous round, it was great, like you pointed out, Searson pushing in like that. That's Big trying to take control of something, even if it's not the A-ramp or anything like that, just having any kind of say in what's happening in this first half. But they need that A-ramp. There must be a protocol to do that. Deep smokes, push down, double, triple push it down if you need to. I feel like they got to fight that.
They probably have plenty. I mean, they probably have plenty of ideas. So far, none of them have really worked with any consistency. They've tried being aggressive behind the smokes and behind the utility. That was Keto trying to make his play out towards the I-beam. He has to fall down, do it. A Molotov gets picked off. I haven't really seen Searson positioned there with an AWP, but I think against a team like Furia, you probably feel like the AWP might not be as useful in that position, just by how aggressive they are, how much utility is being thrown at you. I think it's Big asking, hey, can we talk? Can we chat?
Yeah, crowd doesn't need any permission. They're firing themselves. I don't know if you're watching out a bit. I think when was a Heroic playing earlier, I believe, and when Furia came onto the stage, I think you could almost tell on Heroic's face, they're like, what is this noise? What's happening, you know?
They're like,
and they were just setting up. They weren't even playing together. We were playing a game for another hour.
Yeah, things went wild. Things are wild. Things are going to get wild. if Furia can continue this tear. Up 6 rounds. They're a map up in the series.
Wow. 8-2 lead. This has been already obviously with FaZe getting knocked out. But on the other side, to add some balance to it, if we get a Furia qualifying for the champion stage, I'm not going to say it makes up for FaZe, but man, that's a treat.
I mean, this was going to be, I mean, the whole conversation coming into this major was how wide open it was, how nobody knew who the favorites were, with FaZe looking a little bit under the weather. I mean, not themselves that we've seen for the rest of the year coming out of the break. Same with Na'Vi, a little bit of shakiness showing. But we talked about it in the sense that there were like 4 or 5 teams that could actually compete for the title. One of those being removed. I mean, it's still wide open, but there's going to be new challengers entering the space once we get to the challenger or the champion stage.
Yeah, it's only going to get more difficult from here. All right, countdown has begun. I think we've sorted out whatever issues there were.
Yeah, just some context. It was a tech pause to, I think, stop the noise that was going off in the room, the speaker being blown out into a timeout, but the audio with that speaker had to be adjusted and fixed so the microphones could open up, and now we're back into it. Big, that was Big's timeout that they called to talk things over, and they're in the same mindset as you. We have got to stop this A-ramp control.
Well, Kido's kind of here to try and do that. He's got some backup with him. Tabson and Searson as well, not that far away, so this is definitely doable. They got that deep smoke down behind it, and they're actually very, very aggressive. Also, it's costing them all of their nades here on the big side, so if Furia play this slow, that's a problem.
And they do, they sense it. This round, they're just like, whatever, you guys can have it. Use all your utility to take A-ramp control. We're fine. We're going to come back. Oh, a boost up to peer over the smoke. A hard clear from Safe, trying to find it. They've given away the position of the opposition. Oh, and Art can't connect the shot. Searson picks him off.
That's a brilliant play for Furia, all the way up until the actual spray came in. You force that player to run back, and then you have the boost ready to catch them. That is a sick attempt, but it just doesn't work out. Art maybe a little bit flustered behind that one. And it's an opening kill for Big, but now drop and Quesarado. This Molotov back here could be deadly. Sin anchoring this bomb site. He's actually been doing a great job when they show up. Yuri's going to take down Kido, and they're backing up a little bit. Still 40 seconds. They're back on that A-ramp again. I think Sin knew. He saw that, and he can make some great calls for his team.
This cannot be a loss for Big. Quesarado's going to join up with Yuri. What can they find? Big is rotated over. Searson's at an off angle. There's 25 seconds. This must be the finishing attack.
Yeah, jiggling it out, but Tabson is there. Pox making himself a beacon for anyone that wanted to come fight. Double kills. Pretty good job on that one.
And everyone rotated over before Safe could cut off any kind of rotation.
Yeah.
So he's left with nothing to do but save. A third round for Big out of the timeout, and importantly, 4 players survive. Some money grows or builds behind him. They get to replenish some of the economy. They can drop an M4 over to Kido with no problem.
And the message must be, make this an 8-7 half. Bring it back now. A little bit of a slow start on the CT side, but that's what Big must be thinking.
Yeah, make this the turning point.
Yeah. I feel like it is very late to try and do that, but you have to keep trying.
Brave.
I appreciate it, you know? You've got to.
Timeout called this time from Furia, the first that they'll use in this opening half. They have the opposite mindset. Let's not let this be Big gaining momentum. They're out of money too.
How much longer are they going to... I feel like Sin has actually successfully been defending that bomb site. I wonder if at some point they're going to test him beyond just having 1 or 2 people. But if they get those beast stairs, just do an execute.
Never forget, for all the success that Fury have had at the A-ramp, they've had an equal amount of success over in middle. They've picked up Searson twice, both times with boost. Once with Searson not expect to get on the ground, and once very fast-paced to beat Searson's rotation timing to get a freebie.
Oh, here we go. They're straight rushing it, and I think Big were expecting something in middle and B, but instead they're basically on the footsteps of the A bomb site right now. This is crazy. Searson is here with the AWP, and some backup is being called for, but they can't really defend this right now. Good shot from Searson, but if he misses one right now, he's in trouble. And Sin coming in on a little bit forward. they're recovering this round. I actually can't believe it. Big, they were in so much trouble, but they might have found a way out.
It's the risk of the strategy. You go fast-paced. You don't want to use the smokes because you want Art to have a clear line of sight, but it gives the same line of sight in return. Oh, the spray once again not connecting. Furia individually have cooled off just a little bit. The spray hasn't been as clean, and Molotov going to force K-Serrato out of the bomb site. The whole defense is here, and Furia might want to come up with another idea. It's a 3-on-4, and they've got no HP. They've got no utility.
That is an incredibly sick boost coming out from the Furia side. That could have easily caught someone just like it down on the ramp in the previous round.
I think it had to if they wanted to win the round, though.
Yeah, that's what it feels like at the moment. They don't have any more nades, and as you pointed out, even more critically, they don't really have the health to be taking this fight.
2 nades and a Molotov.
Yeah, so as soon as someone tries to plant, they're going to get blown up. 30 seconds here. They're going to go back to it one more time, and this time it actually does work. They're ready for a bit more. Yuri, he's going to find the shot on Sin, and the Molotov is late. The bomb is already in effect. They're going to get the bomb plant just barely. Nice catch from Kido at the very least. I can't believe they've even made it this far back. They shouldn't have been close to winning this. K-Serrato, the spray is accurate, and Searson, he can't fight this with the AWP. He's going to have to back it out. This is a disgusting round for Furia to be winning. They should have gone nowhere close.
This is the knockout punch. This is Furia. Get out of my server. Get out of my arena. They had nothing going for them. What an incredible double kill from Yuri. He's answered the bell every time it's rung in this series. 9-3.
No shot. 22 health and an AWP. You're not going to try and retake that. 9-3 in favor of Furia. I cannot believe that they got back in the round, even after the boost works, even after the other kill. All they would have needed is one good grenade to stop the bomb plant, and Furia probably can't get the job done at all. But they found a way. Nice.
Beautiful.
Well, you know what they say, you know, if you hang on the sidewalk long enough, Jason, you'll eventually see the bodies of your enemies tumble down.
Oh, yeah, is that what they say?
Something like that from Sensu, I believe.
6-round lead now for Furia. Another timeout called, another conversation for Big.
It's so ridiculous. I love it. 9-3, yeah. They are having a monumental game.
There's, 3 rounds left in this half, and Big still have not strung 2 rounds together. Their victories are all isolated. They've never been able to build up money. They've constantly been under pressure.
Oh no, a missed shot. They're everywhere. Kido trying to help out Tabson as well, but safe swings back. Double kill for him. And they know there's one more here. They know where Tabson is. They've got him isolated. He needs some backup right now. They actually throw, I think, a smoke to try and defend with right away. Safe just battling. He doesn't care. Molotov on top, and Drop will get the last one, but that's a triple kill for Safe. He cracked open the entire round, and Drop will close it 10-3.
This is over. If you can't stop a ramp, if you can't stop this pressure from Furia, you can't do anything on this map. And they have showed time and time again, they are relentless, they are fearless. They are coming right at Big, and it doesn't matter how many bodies it takes. What a round from Safe. Look at the challenge. He stands tall on sandbags that entire time. 10-3.
It's got to be heartbreaking for Big as well, because I'm sure there is a whole list of things that Big want to do on the back of taking a ramp control, but they just never get there. Whatever is on that flow chart behind that, you just have to quit even thinking about it. They never get to, you know, point plan B or C or anything. It's just, oh, we got blown up on ramp again.
And I think what's awesome about it, and which makes Furia has been such a fun team to watch over the years, is it's not finesse. It's not anything crazy tactical. It is brute force. It is trading. It's Counter-Strike fundamentals as they come through those smokes and just decimate the defense time and time again.
And it's everything that you would associate with, specifically with Brazilian Counter-Strike. It's one of the reasons why it's some of the most interesting Counter-Strike to watch, because it's just so brutal. When it works, it's so overwhelming. We have seen in the past how it can collapse. Obviously, Big, as you pointed out in the challenge stage, they've shown that. If you shut it down, if they can't have that aggressive style, then you could get something like a 12-3 half, but when it works, it's devastating. A little bit of a game crash, and I'm sure we'll get right back into the swing of things. Big having to stew in this moment right here, on the stage, in front of the crowd, and getting dominated by Furia.
A little bit of a tech pause, and we're going to be right back into the action. Round number 14 coming in hot. Big is a little all over the place with their buy at the moment. Keto's picked up an M4. They need some kind of a weapon to try and scrape together these last 2 rounds.
I feel like at this point, surely, but you just get whatever you can, because...
Yeah, you have to. You need the rounds.
Yeah, there's no more deep thinking about what if we had another FAMAS somewhere down the road. No, you just need these rounds right here.
And also trying to leave enough in the bank for the final one if need be.
Keto, it's a good start, winning the battle against Arden. Actually, that does way more than I was expecting. A lot of damage on the drop. Keto finally put out of the round. It's still a 3-on-3, but with the damage that's done here, this is a very winnable round for Big.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we've said that before.
Yes,
I feel like we've said that so many times. Fury has been able to find a way out, find the solution to the problem. There was an opportunity. There was an opportunity, and Drops got one, and now the gap closes.
Yep.
Now they've opened up the B bomb site, and Tabson has to chase. He's got to throw caution to the wind and run the whole way, and he's hoping at the moment that the crowd can support him, that the crowd noise will obscure his footsteps.
Yeah, that's one of the features of playing on land, but he doesn't realize they see it coming. They know everything. Safe, what a position to take. He even finds Searson at the end of it, but just a little bit of forethought to see that coming. And Searson now 1 versus 2, trying to get a 4th round on the board for his team, which they need desperately. It's not going to be even close. Keserato will take him down 11-3 in favor of Furia. Domination right now.
What a kill from Drop. What a kill from Drop on the other side of the map to open things up, to give them plan B, the second option. Well, think that the first time in the challenger stage it was 12-3 for both CT sides. The fact that Fury has just rattled off a chance at 12 here on the T side of Vertigo is mental.
They use that Uno reverse card, Jason.
Yeah, this is a statement win. If they can complete it, we'll hold the phone, but Safe's got another kill and no reason to think they won't complete it.
Keto out here. We're looking for something safe. Did he see it? He might have. Shots coming through, and the flick doesn't really connect with the smoke either. And now he's just in it for a couple of wall bangs while his teammates are working not just middle, but also outside of the B bomb site. They might get a crunch here. This could be real interesting. They're just not ready for it. Again, the aggression of Art. He keeps moving up, and he nearly catches Sin, who just has to run. He's so low on health. One good nade landing on him, and he's going to be dead.
Yeah, and Art's saying he's low. He's low. You know you forced him back. You know forced him into a reload, so space is taken from Drop, but it's measured. He hits the pause button, waiting for his teammates to arrive. They've slowed down the pace yet again. Yuri hasn't joined up yet. He's got the bomb. He's looking for anyone to be pushing down a ramp.
If they come through the smoke, he's walking through just as it fades. Sin a bullet away, and Drop will be the one to deliver it. Keto now. 15th round. The difference between 3 and 4 right now is going to be massive for Big. If they want to build a comeback, they need every single round they can get, including this one.
I'll tell you what, people have been saying that if Fury doesn't change their style and improve on certain aspects of their game, they're never going to be able to win a trophy. Well, this Fury has certainly improved and stepped up stylistically in that sense. This is a dangerous brand of Counter-Strike they're showing us. 12-3. They had all the answers, and he's got the
Refresh.
Nobody home here, Refresh. If he'd taken the chance to try and head over towards B and stalled them out before they're able to fortify the defenses and get this bomb down, a conversation could be had about attempting this 2-on-X, whatever it could have become, but now it has to be yet another save. And while the economy game plays into Counter-Strike at any stage, broken late, that 10-5 seeming likely here. Be the 1900 into the next. Slacks, if he survives, will be able to drop a rifle. That's going to be about it. Refresh, hook somebody up with an MP9 if you'd like. So it's still going to be a little bit tasty. But NIP, this is them taking care of business. Slow, they're wearing them down. They're winning the necessary fights. And this one started with an opening kill from Brolin through the smoke onto Stair.
Yeah,
and if we check back in, they have actually been able to start leveling out in that opening kill department. They have a total of 5 under the belt for NIP, and Well, they grab one more, make it 6. Maybe they could have 5 rounds. So slow and steady wins the race. Nice shot from Alexi there. And yeah, look, they were prepared. It was great from S-Attack to look for that little combo, maybe something they identified in watching back the demos. But yeah, those guns are being scooped up now. Lonks into an MP9, a Famas for Xiphon.
That's serviceable for sure.
They can make this work. Run
Ooh,
boost, here
like
it is.
The run boost on the gun round. NIP launch S-Attack around the corner. Lonks with a flash right in his face as well. Blinded and not afraid to take the fight. Great tap out of S-Attack. Xiphon with the remedy. Brolin deals with refresh on the aggress. And okay, NIP looking set for a 10-5.
Slacks can get a lot of information over towards A right now. He's posted up with his AWP towards the top of the ramp. So that means that Ster and Xiphon can play in unison. They can play together, they can try and lock down B, but will have to trust themselves here. Ster addressing middle just in case anybody slipped the net, which means it's truly all on Xiphon in this initial exchange.
A lot of talking out of Alexi. And this two-man defense from Xiphon and Ster. Certainly has legs. They've got enough Molotovs to flush out that quad position. Xiphon's already getting confirmed nothing close, so he will go close to that spray. This is ballsy now. Alexi does eliminate the threat. Ster now in jeopardy. Eating flashes, about to be swung on by multiple bodies. He still does take 2 with him, or at least Brolin takes himself out of the equation. Still Slacks handed a 1v2, and he has managed to get closer. On the way in off the flames. Needs to hit the first. Does so. Hampus around the generator. And yeah, that's another ninja round. 10-5. A recovered half. 3 consecutive to close. Leaves the ninjas with enough to work with.
Day, every day, this arena has been filled with chants and cheers, and the roof might just blow off. Furia 4 rounds away from qualifying to the next stage of IEM Rio. On their feet, voices gone, and it's not stopping anyone except for Big.
I was going to say, chants and cheers and German Counter-Strike tears, Jason. That's what we're witnessing. 12-3 in favor of Furia on the opening half on the second map. They are 4 rounds away from making the champion stage at the biggest major there's ever been. This is madness. And now they're on the CT side, ready for it. They've got that lean towards middle, which means they're super dynamic. They could go anywhere with this setup, Furia. Drop expecting the boost. Look at the setup. They know what's coming. They've done the homework. A little bit of a swing. I don't know if Keto realizes how much danger he's in here. Oh, he's trying to isolate the fight. That's well played.
Yeah, he knows what the follow-up's going to be, so he's very cautious of it. He sprung the trap. He at least spotted out 2. They still have no idea about safe. However, most of the bodies are down beneath, not here in middle. Yuri's going to be forced into a more passive angle. The question is, because Keto's seen 2, would he expect safe?
I think they saw that little jump. That's interesting, but a counter flash coming up. Drop, able to take down Searson and Keto. What a tremendous amount of work he's doing in the middle. Double kill. He actually checked the corner. He keeps going. A triple kill for Keto. That is spectacular. And now it's all on Art. He actually checked that 3rd position. You could even see the first time around. He wasn't even looking that way. That is a stunning round from Keto.
I don't even care about him checking that corner. It's the follow-up shots that are absolutely incredible. Coming over the top, you'd already seen that player. He knew what the position was. The 3rd kill is spectacular. He's netted Big a pistol round in a 4th round. And at least the first step in a long road.
Party gift for Art. Obviously no chance to win the round. But he can try and make it a bit more expensive. Yeah, why not? Rile up that crowd. The bomb is going to blow up, and Art's hoping someone's going to become running through it.
No. I love it. I love everything about that. Beautiful. I think even a little ghost of a smile coming out in Tapson's face as well. 12-4. Look at this. Look at Keto putting the team on his back, finding all the kills on his way to the B bomb site. Absolutely disgusting. Ooh, that was burst fire as well. 1, 2, couldn't get the third.
Well, says something about the mentality they have. Big though, winning the pistol. Now starts a very long march back. If they want to try and have a chance at this one, it has to look so good on this second half. Zeus is out.
What a troll.
Yeah, troll and the showman, and just feeling way too comfortable on the stage.
Zeus skins when?
We need that. Really, I think we really need, because Chad's been practicing during the Zeus death sound. So we need that recorded and put in the game.
Hey, he's putting his hard work in the right places.
Always.
Nice and easy. Follow-up is there as well. Nothing for Furia to fight back with. There's a chance, a hope.
Thinking about it, but he's a little bit. Oh, he does get in. Electrifying Yuri and Queserado. Not much they could do with this round, but good little laugh that we get again.
Keto was the one he tried to knife previously, so gets a little bit of revenge. This is the first time Big have put 2 rounds together in a row, and the entire map.
Yeah, that's a problem. The crowd not at all deterred by anything that Big are doing right now. Not impressed on any level. You know, we talked about this in the past, obviously, when we were hanging out in the Royal Arena, Fallen turning it into a library and all the rest of it. How could you ever shut this crowd down? How much would you have to win against a Brazilian team on a stage like this for them to actually be quiet? I don't think it's possible.
No, that's only going to quiet down when the game's over, and that's the difficult part about it. And that's the beauty of it. 7-round lead. Furia's bought into round 18. M4s across the board. They're going to be a little bit light on utility. They're going to be a little bit light in terms of kits. In fact, they've got none.
Well, let's see what Furia could do. They themselves on the T side were experts at taking the A ramp and making life real hard for Big. Now we'll see if they can do the same, only on the other side, and actually win it for themselves. Nice opening. Sin and Keto just no contest here. Oh, that's awkward, but not a big deal.
Yeah, thankfully they already got the 2 kills, so that's not going to do a whole lot to disrupt anything. And I don't know if Furia actually want to stick around and go for any of this. Mac 10 pushing up, Safe's not looking, he comes back, he gets the kill. Low HP on Safe though means it's time to save, it's time to bail out. You're not going to win this round, you're not going to be able to slow it down. And with 3 M4s, you can fight in the next.
Yeah, that is definitely the better choice.
Nice and simple though from Big. All 5 players just march up the A ramp. One nice flashbang ruined the positioning over the smoke on top of the railing.
And that's all you need. Good couple of entries right there. But yeah, Furia getting to save some of these rounds. Definitely great news on them. They could stay dangerous in the upcoming round. What a position. For Big to find themselves in. Now I guess the silver lining has to be, but this is a 2-0 match, right? So it's not like Big are about to be knocked out at all.
Well, also, the conversation that they're having right now is just, guys, remember, in the challenger stage, the match they eventually won, they had to win 7 in a row to force overtime right at the end of regulation. So that's the conversation that Tapson and Gobby is talking about in every single timeout. We've already come back against this team once. They're not even going to give you the context that it was the other side of the map. We've made this comeback happen before. We've got to believe in it again. It's the old adage, the 1 round at a time, but believe first and foremost that you can make this happen.
Jebote, šta je ovo?
They've got 6 more rounds to even up the score at 12. Furia's got a commanding lead and plenty of chances to find a way to stop Big's attack.
Oh, that's aggressive. I can't believe it. They line up for the smoke and art. He'll bring them down. I don't even think he realized. He might have seen just the top of someone's head. And Yuri following it up, inspired by his captain. That is a crushing beginning to this 19th round. And of course, they're going to keep fighting. They feel so fired up.
Yeah, why not? You've got so many bodies in the car that everyone's fighting at the same time. Multiple players in case Serado's like, I'll push. I'll try and come and get involved, but they're going to take care of business before he can even arrive. There goes Sin. 13 for Furia. 3 rounds away now.
Big defensively set up behind that deep smoke. They didn't necessarily want to fight. They kind of knew that Fury were going to be somewhere back here, but this is something you really can't account for. Jump up and then boom. Collateral damage behind, of course. 13-6. That's devastating. AKs are back out. AWP on Searson, but they just can't get any momentum going on this map at all. It's again Yuri and Art, the duo that was so efficient on the first map on Nuke.
This time, Big wants to test middle. Tapson and Crimbo working in tandem. Molotovs and utility spent out. That's going to call Yuri back as Drop gets aggressive. Huddled along the wall. Needs someone to take attention away. Oh, too many bodies. First one goes down, but Yuri and Caserado, they collapse.
Sin trying to see if he can manipulate that smoke for his advantage, but he can't. The jump up is what gets him killed. Eventually, Caserado is ready and safe will take down Kido. It is all on Searson. 1 versus 3 on that AWP, and he's just walking out into the open. This is such a sick play. Oh, if he would have checked it, that would have probably been a free kill. And I think the fact that he doesn't find that means he's probably not going to be able to do this. Yuri will eventually take him down 14-6. Furia 2 rounds away from the champion stage.
And a massive advantage. If there's a timeout left, I think Big might take it here. They've got no money. They got to decide what they want to fight with. Deagle and armor on a couple players, but a few more are just going to have to sit back with Glocks. Furia just collapsing at the point of attack, making sure there's no space, no breathing room for Big. And each and every time, feeding off the energy inside the arena.
Crazy, isn't it? No money for Big.
No timeouts for Big.
And no timeouts either. I don't even know what kind of conversation would lead them back into this. They just have not been able to find a single foothold on Vertigo. For a while there on Nuke in the first half, it was looking really impressive. The mid-round, the late round calling out a Big had me convinced for a good while. Since then, Furia really haven't looked back at all. 21st round, the pistols are out. And Furia looking to cement that 15th round right now. And Furia really have to make a sizable mistake to give up this round. A couple of Deagles in play, setting up some tricks, you know, a little boost here and there. That's about it. And they're gonna know. Deep nade coming in. The confidence, they don't care. Even though the Eagle's out, they're like, yeah, whatever, we're still gonna fight.
Yeah, he's more than happy. More than happy, and the coach doesn't even care either. He's calling for more chance as the game goes on. And Rio is obliging him. 15-6, 9 chances for Furia.
Yeah, he's given up coaching and is now, just a conductor instead. Crazy.
I believe that's the owner of Furia.
Yes.
Or one of the co-owners.
15-6. Tears of joy has got to be. And the 22nd round is coming up. Big pushed to the absolute limit here.
Furia's not. Furia's cruising.
Not even a little bit.
Yeah, they're having a great time with this all. Nice run boost. Bold to call that. Oh, trigger discipline. Oh, this is no way.
He's at the back. He's waited all day. Oh my God, he instant spins around. Kido, he's so fast with it. But it might have caused a little bit of confusion. There might have been an opening here. Still back into a 3-on-3, and they realize Sin is there. Headshot as well to bring down Sin. Now a 2-on-3. For their entire careers, they have lived in the shadow of Fallen. They have the passion, they have the skill, they're looking for the history. That's what they're building for themselves for this major. Searson low on health, a 2-on-3, and Crimbo, I mean, if they want something open here, it's gonna have to be him.
At the moment, he's occupied watching the flank. He's got a good read. He knows it's coming at some point, but will he expect Yuri to take the long route? Now he's got to turn his gaze to help Searson move forward.
Creeping on in. Still 50 seconds on the clock, but so much to check. And if you start throwing too many nades right now, you know the rotation is going to happen. They're going to be coming in from the A-bomb side. There's a flank happening at the same time. Oh, they've got them locked in so nicely. And Save walks out. That's an easy kill all on Searson. Now he's going to go down. It's Furia! They're in the champion stage, taking down big in a 2-0 fashion.
It's a wonderful moment. Soak it in. They're the best of Brazil, but that's not the end goal. The end goal is the best in the world. You only get that on the biggest stage.
Pregledam ovo ovdje ja. Ne, momak je rekao da će me zvat. Nije me zvao. Aj, 11, 15.
Eliminates the threat and falling apart now. Ninja's flanking. Down goes Slacks and down goes the round.
Yeah, well, constricting them here. Bit of an anaconda maneuver right there. I know we're in Rio. Make their way through the back line. Grab Sprout. Completely strangle them out of this. And Zyphon, he does have 17 kills short, but he won't be finding too much more. No need for Alexi to go too much further. We'll get the upgrade into the AK-47, and now it's just a 2-round game. Remember, Sprout won the pistol round. They won both pistol rounds here. And the second round of this second half falling against them. And now you can